Chapter 1095. Volume 8. Number 1 Under the Heavens. Chapter 1. Cleansing the Earth. The central divine continent had gone through a huge cleansing in the Archaean sacred ground. All the merits had gathered. Above the Archaean sacred ground, a sea of merits was rolling. Meng Hongying, Renshu, Kong Aotian, and the other experts had also returned. In the divine world, in the ancestral mountain, the 72 experts were still pushing the rainbow egg in the center. The 7 leaders each held a gourd. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Meng Sanxing looked at the egg in the center and frowned. I don't know when the next time will be. Everyone nodded. Big brother, we've gathered all the merit points. There's already a holy hall in the outside world. If we delay any longer, more and more forces will come. At that time, we won't be able to remove the seal. I think we can do it now. Meng Sanxing looked at the man holding the red gourd. Everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd nodded. Yes, go and get ready. We will use the ancestral mountain in the divine world. Meng Sanxing nodded. Third brother. The man holding the red gourd looked at the man holding the yellow gourd. Big brother. The yellow-robed man was puzzled. The 5 of us are enough. You take the immortal beheading gourd and protect 7th brother. The red-robed man said solemnly. The yellow-robed man nodded, yes. Meng Sanxing and the yellow-robed man slowly got up and walked out of the ancestral mountain. The 2 did not stop and headed to the exit of the divine world. Outside the divine world, Meng Hongying, Renshu, Kong Aotian, and the other Archaean sacred ground hall masters were waiting. Renshu's face was filled with excitement, as if something good was about to happen to him. Kong Aotian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entrance of the divine world. What is in the divine world? Father stayed in the Archaean sacred ground to enter it. Father said that there is a treasure inside that could shake the heavens and earth. I returned to the Archaean sacred ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Meng Sanxing's strength has risen too quickly. I don't have a chance. Kong Aotian clenched his fists. While everyone was waiting, 2 figures suddenly stepped out of the entrance of the divine world. One of them was the sect master of the divine sect's holy land, Meng Sanxing. He wore a purple Taoist robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. The other was a man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a cold expression and there was a dragon bone on his forehead. He had a threatening aura. Most importantly, the man in the yellow Taoist robe was carrying a huge gourd on his back. It looked exactly like the primordial gourd. The only difference was that this gourd was yellow. An identical gourd? The 10 hall masters were all shocked. Even Meng Hongying was at a loss. This was because even Meng Hongying had never seen this man before. Grandpa, who is this? Meng Hongying asked in surprise. Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man. Meng Sanxing glanced at the crowd and said, He's the vice-sacred master of the divine sect's sacred ground. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Yes, everyone answered. The yellow-robed man looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't care about these people's gazes. On the other hand, Kong Aotian narrowed his eyes. Another primordial gourd? Kong Aotian had long coveted the primordial gourd. In Kong Aotian's heart, the primordial gourd should be the best gourd in the world. It could refine living and dead spirits and turn them into primordial purple vapor for him to absorb. Was there any other gourd in the world that was stronger than this? Now, another one had appeared. Kong Aotian lowered his head, afraid that others would see the desire in his eyes. Sacred Master! Ren Rat suddenly shouted. Meng Sanxing looked at Ren Rat in confusion. Time's up. I promised you that I would stay in the divine sect's sacred ground for 1,000 years. It's up. I want to leave the divine sect's sacred ground now. Ren Rat said excitedly. Leave the divine sect's sacred ground? Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes. Since everyone is here, Ren Rat will take his leave. I wish you all the best. Ha ha, sacred master, farewell. Ren Rat said with a smile. Then, he started to retreat. Wait, Meng Sanxing said. Ren Rat was stunned. Ren Rat, has the divine sex sacred ground treated you badly? Meng Sanxing asked. And no. Ren Rat shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay in the divine sex sacred ground? Meng Sanxing smiled. It's good, but I'm used to being free. I don't want to stay. Sacred Master, farewell. Ren Rat said again. Ha ha, leave the divine sex sacred ground? It's not that you can't, but you know too much about the divine sex sacred ground. Meng Sanxing said. Ren Rat's face stiffened, revealing a trace of unsightly expression. Meng Sanxing, what do you want? Ren Rat frowned. The divine sex sacred ground isn't a place you can leave as you wish. Ren Rat, you're different from others. I have high hopes for you. You also know too much about the divine sex sacred ground. I'll give you two choices. 1. Continue to stay and act as if nothing happened. 2. Turn back and let me brainwash you. I'll erase everything you know about the divine sex sacred ground. Then you can leave. Meng Sanxing said. Brainwash? That's impossible. Ren Rat exclaimed. Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Sacred Hall Masters, guard Ren Rat for me. I'll deal with him after I'm done with my business. Meng Sanxing said. Yes. The Sacred Hall Masters replied. Ren Rat's face revealed an unprecedented panic. Although I, Ren Rat, am shameless, I never break my promise. Meng Sanxing, you actually went back on your words. Ren Rat exclaimed. Ren Rat looked at the experts rushing towards him. His expression changed, and he stomped his foot. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Ren Rat immediately drilled into the ground. Ren Rat understood that if he flew in the sky, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only drill into the ground. Just as he drilled into the ground, Meng Sanxing revealed a sneer and grabbed at the hole. Whoosh! A huge suction force came from Meng Sanxing's palm and went straight into the hole. Ren Rat screamed as he was pulled out by Meng Sanxing. Divine Seal. Meng Sanxing smiled and clenched his hand. Ka. Suddenly, a large amount of purple net appeared around Ninth Rat's body, and in an instant, all of its cultivation was sealed. Meng Sanxing, let me go. You promised me. You promised me. Ren Rat screamed in fear. However, Meng Sanxing didn't pay any attention to them and simply tossed them to the temple masters. Lock him up. Meng Sanxing said. Yes. The Sacred Hall Masters replied. Meng Hongying frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but she could only swallow her words. Kong Outyen, on the other hand, looked at Ninth Rat curiously. Ren Rat's strength wasn't that great. Meng Sanxing was also a man of his word. Why would he go against his principles for Ren Rat? Did Ren Rat have some other background? The 5 Sacred Hall Masters were responsible for guarding Ren Rat. The man with the yellow gourd flew to the top of a mountain. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away. Meng Sanxing said. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated, leaving only Meng Sanxing at the entrance of the divine world. Meng Sanxing looked at the huge virtuous ocean in the sky. Dharma world. Meng Sanxing said. Whoosh! Meng Sanxing's Dharma idol suddenly shot down from above the Sea of Destiny, fusing with Meng Sanxing as one. Meng Sanxing's body slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sanxing grew to 1,000 feet tall. He hid the primordial gourd in his sleeve and looked at the divine world. God world, invade the earth! Meng Sanxing shouted. In the distance, Kong Ao Tian was confused. Spread the earth? Jing Ting used the great boundary suppressing steel to spread the earth. Did the divine world have the same treasure? Inside the divine world. Inside the divine race's ancestral mountain. The expressions of the 70 experts also turned solemn. They looked at the red-robed man. Let's begin. Let's activate the ancestral mountain and spread the earth. The red-robed man said. Yes. Everyone replied. The 70 experts acted almost at the same time. The ancestral mountain instantly became colorful and emitted a dazzling light in the divine world. Suppress! The red-robed man's voice came from the divine realm. Boom! The ancestral mountain pressed down on the earth. At the entrance of the divine world, the earth suddenly sank. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from the divine world. From the entrance of the god realm, 2 ripples appeared on the ground. The ripples were like ripples formed when a pebble was thrown into a mirror pond. They swept across the world and spread in all directions. Rumble! The entire middle divine continent was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The earthquake continued to spread in all directions. The east divine continent, the south divine continent, the west divine continent, and the north divine continent. Not long after, almost all 5 continents in the world were shaken by an earthquake. East divine continent Yanjin. Facing Heaven Hall. Yen Chuan was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly the earth rumbled. Rumble! The entire Yanjin seemed to be shaking. Yen Chuan's face changed color. He quickly walked out of the Facing Heaven Hall and looked to the west. Your Majesty, the earth is being spread. All the dragon veins are being spread. Feng Yinyang said with a hint of surprise. Spread the entire earth? Has it begun? Meng Sanxing has done it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yen Chuan's face darkened. Your Majesty, the entire earth is being spread. Meng Sanxing is going to take the seal of this world. What should we do? Feng Yinyang asked worriedly. Yen Chuan looked up at the sky and looked at the Sea of Providence. Citizens of Dezhen, listen up. I need your power now. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yen Chuan shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the Sea of Providence. Under the dragon's roar, Yen Chuan's voice instantly spread out in all directions. Yen Chuan's statue quickly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Yen Chuan. Boom! Yen Chuan's body shone with golden light. His figure was also slowly growing larger. In a city in Dezhen. His Majesty's voice? The earthquake just now? Does it have something to do with that? Hurry up. His Majesty has given us cultivation techniques for free all these years. I'm a part of Dezhen. I'll lend you my power. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Dezhen was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. At this moment, the unity of the people of Dezhen had reached an unbelievable level after hundreds of years of governance. Surges of energy quickly gathered in Yanjin. Yen Chuan's body also became bigger and bigger. At the same time, in the great Buddha Empire in the West Divine Continent. Citizens of Dezhen, I need your power. Raise your right hand. Kong Mok looked up and roared. Roar. As the dragon roared, Kong Mok's order quickly spread across the West Divine Continent. Countless people raised their hands and Kong Mok's body also slowly expanded. Yen Chuan, Kong Emoku, and Meng Sanxing, the 3 of them were growing rapidly, turning into 1,000 zhang tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 1096. 7-Colored Ancestral Mountain, the Great Earth. For a time, the sealed world shook. In a valley in the central divine continent. Suddenly, 20 immortals flew into the sky, each covered in light. The 3 in the lead looked solemnly towards the south. Rin San, are you sure that Gong Yang Taolu died in the hands of Meng Sanxing? The leader looked at the other person. Absolutely. I've already found someone to confirm it. Meng Sanxing's Hong Meng Gourd is extremely strange. Even in the immortal world, we've never heard of it. Rin San frowned. The earth is shaking. Is it coming from the divine sex sacred land? Air, what's with your expression? The leader frowned. Big brother, that's not right. The dragon veins have all been plundered. Air's expression changed. Plundered the dragon veins? Could it be that he wants to take the Dao seal like Jing Ting? The leader's expression darkened. Big brother, what do we do? The sacred king only told us to watch. He didn't let us interfere. The heir's expression changed. The leader's expression changed. We have to interfere. The sacred king came here for the Dao seal. If Meng Sanxing takes it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? We'll go over first and wait for an opportunity. Everyone nodded. You ascend to the immortal world first. In case anything happens to us, go and report to the sacred king. Tian will watch over here. Tell the sacred king not to worry about us. We won't be reckless. Tian pointed at a subordinate. Big brother, we're 3 immortals. You're too careful. Rin San smiled. Third brother, how did Gong Yang Taolu die? Tian Yi's expression changed. Rin San's expression changed. He immediately replied, Yes, big brother is right. I was careless. Let's go. Tian Yi said solemnly. Whoosh. Everyone quickly flew towards the divine sex sacred land. Divine sex sacred land. Meng Sanxing's body had also reached a height of 10,000 feet. When he stepped on the ground, smoke and dust rose. He looked up at the virtuous cloud sea. His eyes were filled with hostility. Roar. As Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, he grabbed at the virtuous virtue cloud sea like Jingying did in the past. Meng Sanxing thrust his right hand into the virtuous cloud and clenched his fist. The virtuous cloud seemed to have turned into a glove for Meng Sanxing as he grabbed at the void. Buzz. In an instant, a storm rose in the void, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. A wrinkle appeared in the void. Meng Sanxing was able to see the laws of heaven and earth as he tore them apart. In the distance, countless disciples of the Archaean sects and sacred grounds looked at the sky in panic. Heavenly net? Was this the Skynet? The justice of heaven has a long arm? The heavenly net of this realm was pulled down, but it was not as grand as the one Jingting used in the past. Not enough merit points, Meng Sanxing said anxiously. Even if it's not enough, it won't do. Today, I must take the Dao seal. Roar. Meng Sanxing shouted. Meng Sanxing's pupils and hair suddenly turned purple. His body exuded a devilish purple aura. His long hair blew against his face, making him look like a peerless demon god. A bulge appeared on his back. Rip. On Meng Sanxing's back, his clothes were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of huge purple wings appeared on his back. Each of the wings was about 20 meters long, and was incomparably huge. Roar. Meng Sanxing roared again and exerted more strength. The heavenly net suddenly increased again. The range of the Skynet increased by more than 10 times. Not enough, not enough, Meng Sanxing shouted. He exerted more strength, and the Skynet expanded by 10 times. Finally, under Meng Sanxing's full strength, a faint trace of a Dao seal appeared in the void. It's coming out, Meng Sanxing said excitedly. He continued to exert strength. At this moment, 19 streams of light shot over from the distance. The 19 immortals arrived and looked at the Dao seal in the sky. Their expressions changed. Really, he's really going to take the Dao seal? Big brother, what should we do? Stop him, quick! Meng Sanxing is going all out against the heavens. He doesn't have the strength to deal with us. Let's do it. Meng Sanxing, die. The immortals shouted and charged at Meng Sanxing. Standing on top of a mountain not far from Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing's third brother, a fierce man with a yellow gourd on his back, was also looking at the sky. However, when he saw the immortals coming to disturb him, his eyes lit up. The immortals charged at Meng Sanxing. The yellow-robed man's eyes turned cold. He patted the gourd gently. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the black gourd. It was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in a 7-inch blade. The tip of the blade had eyebrows and eyes. It looked evil. Its eyes shone in a straight line at the immortals. Treasure, please turn around, the yellow-robed man said respectfully. Whoosh! It was like a flash of lightning. Bang! With one slash, 5 heads fell off. The immortals' faces changed drastically as blood spurted out. Whoosh! The white light that cut off the heads of the 5 immortals flew back to the yellow gourd in an instant. Below, countless disciples of the Archaean sects and sacred grounds were petrified. Especially Kong Outyen. As soon as the immortals attacked, Kong Outyen saw that the palm print and sword energy formed by the 3 leaders were not something a sky immortal could do. They were too powerful. A grand immortal? It was a grand immortal. While Kong Outyen was still in shock, the yellow-robed man attacked. Treasure, please turn around. The heads of the 5 immortals fell to the ground. That was a grand immortal. It was too straightforward. When the primordial gourd sucked in the Hong Meng gourd, Gourd had struggled for a while. However, the immortals did not even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. It seemed that not only their bodies were cut, but their souls were also destroyed. What gourd is this? Kong Outyen exclaimed. Kong Outyen was sure that if he accidentally encountered this Dharma treasure, he would be killed as well. This Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Kong Outyen was not the only one who was terrified. The immortals who were charging at Meng Sansheng were also shocked. Third brother! Earth 2 exclaimed. Let's go! Tian-Yi pulled Earth 2 and sped away. They did not even care about the corpse of Grand Immortal Sansheng. With 2 Grand Immortals escaping, the remaining 12 immortals turned and ran. They did not even have time to collect the corpses. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? The immortals fled at an unbelievable speed. It was as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The pride of a grand immortal? That was nothing. Everyone finally understood why Gourd could not escape. In the distance, the yellow-robed man stroked his yellow gourd as he watched the immortals flee. He ignored them and continued to look at Meng Sansheng, trying his best to get the Dao seal. The yellow-robed man did not care, but the disciples of the Archaean sacred ground could not ignore it. The hall masters led by Meng Hongying did not care about this vice-sacred leader at first, but who would dare to look down on him now? That yellow gourd seemed even more domineering than the Hong Meng gourd. The Hong Meng gourd sucked in people, and they struggled. However, the yellow gourd shot out a white light and decapitated them. Who was he? Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man in awe. Under Meng Sansheng's full power, the Dao seal became clearer and clearer. Meng Sansheng was weaker than Jing Ting after all, so he couldn't do it as casually as Jing Ting did. However, Meng Sansheng still managed to complete the last step. He grabbed the merit cloud with his right hand and the Dao seal with his left hand. Boom! Meng Sansheng's left hand landed on the Dao seal. However, Meng Sansheng's hand wasn't the only one on the seal. There seemed to be 2 other palms holding onto the seal tightly. One of them was from Yen Jin. Meanwhile, in Yen Jin of the East Divine Continent, Yen Chuan also turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He also used all his strength to reach out and grab the Sea of Providence. He pulled out the heavenly net and revealed the seal. He grabbed it with his other hand. Boom! Yen Chuan's right hand landed on the Dao seal, and 2 more palms appeared on it. In the West Divine Continent, Kong Mok's hand also grabbed onto it. The Dao seal was a very mysterious thing. The Dao seal sealed this world. Could be said that the Dao seal could be anywhere in this world. Although the 3 of them were separated by billions of miles, they could grab the Dao seal at the same time. It was as if the 3 of them were separated by a great distance but shared the same sun. 3 hands grabbed at it tightly, refusing to give way to any of them. Roar! Meng Sansheng flapped his wings and countless purple feathers appeared in the sky. Meng Sansheng's power skyrocketed. In the West Divine Continent, Lotus God, I don't have enough power. Lend me your power. Kong Mok whispered. Buzz! A white lotus slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. As soon as the white lotus appeared, A sacred power surged into Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed. In the East Divine Continent, Yen Chuan's eyes slowly turned red and his hair grew longer. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared under his feet and the sky was covered by blood clouds. A super theurgy! Roar! Yen Chuan roared with a ferocious face. The three of them knew each other and grabbed the Dao seal tightly. There was only one Dao seal and no one would give in. The officials of Yen Jin watched nervously. At this moment, the entire world shook and a storm swept in all directions. The world was in turmoil. The three of them refused to give in. They were in a stalemate for a while. Then, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the void. The huge shadow was like the Dao seal. Although there was only one, the three of them could see it clearly. It was a woman with a human head and a snake's body. The woman looked down with a compassionate face. Goddess Ji Chen. The people of Yen Jin immediately recognized her. Just like the Dazhao sacred ground, Goddess Ji Chen has come out. The Dao seal is about to be taken. The sealed world is about to be broken. Someone suddenly shouted. Yen Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng all looked ferocious as they fought for the Dao seal. Goddess Ji Chen looked at the three of them. Do all of you want this seal? Goddess Ji Chen asked in a compassionate tone. Chapter 1097. Central Divine Continent. Meng Sansheng took the Dao seal. Renshu was escorted to a palace in a valley by the 5 palace lords. The 5 of them were all upper ethereal realm cultivators. They didn't expect that someone would come to rescue them. However, this was the perfect time to break out of prison. Dongfang Zhengpai and Renshu were like flies that met rotten meat. If Renshu didn't want to see Meng Sansheng, they wouldn't have separated. Fortunately, Dongfang Zhengpai saw that Renshu was captured. Rumble! Outside, a storm raged and the earth shook. The 5 palace lords looked up at the sky in shock. Dongfang Zhengpai walked over with a man in a black robe. Who is it? One of the palace lords' face sank. The man in the black robe held a white longsword. His body flashed and turned into 5 shadows as he charged towards one of the palace lords. Hiss! Hiss! 1 man and 1 sword, 5 rays of sword light shot towards the purple palace lords. The 5 of them were immobilized in the blink of an eye. They stared at Dongfang Zhengpai and the man in the black robe in shock. Dongfang Zhengpai, I have captured the 5 of them. This is the sacred ground of the divine sect. There is no need to kill them. Renshu is in the palace. I will protect you. The man in the black robe said solemnly. The 5 of them are all upper ethereal realm cultivators. You managed to subdue them in 1 move. Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. The man in the black robe nodded. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Yanjing? Oh, I know. You are Yen Chuan's secret force. Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Many of the officials knew that Yen Chuan had a secret force, but none of them had seen it before. Dongfang Zhengpai was excited when he saw it. Lord Dongfang, hurry up. Renshu has caught Meng Sansheng's eye. The divine realm will pay attention to him. Hurry! The man in the black robe said coldly. Don't worry. I promised Yen Chuan that I would also need a subordinate. Ha! Dongfang Zhengpai nodded and walked into the palace. Bang! He entered the palace and slammed the door shut. The black-robed figure slowly hid behind a hall master. The 5 hall masters stood motionless at the entrance as if nothing had happened. Inside the main hall, the 9th rat was tied up by a purple net and fell to the ground, unable to move. This old ancestor has 8 generations of bad luck. How did I meet such an untrustworthy person like Meng Sansheng? The 9th rat was extremely depressed. Yo, who is this? Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Renrat's eyes lit up. Brother Dongfang, quickly undo my seal. That's fine too. However, shouldn't we put an end to the elder's beard that we discussed last time? Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Renrat's face twitched. You're shameless. Ha ha ha, that's right, I'm more shameless than you, so you have to call me Big Brother. You are number 2. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Bullshit. I'm so much older than you. How old are you? You want to be my big brother? Ren Rat glared at him. Age doesn't determine ambition. If you call me Big Brother, I'll let you go. If not, I'll leave. Dongfang Zhengpai sneered. Ren Rat's face was filled with bitterness and hatred. I say, number 2, I know you're not convinced. Actually, I want to say that your skin is too thin. Bullshit. Ren Rat's face turned red from anger. Call me Big Brother and I'll lead you on the road, Dongfang Zhengpai said smugly. Ren Rat wanted to beat his own chest. He was careless in making friends. Think about the darkness in the divine sect's sacred ground. Oh, and the brainwashing, too cruel. Maybe after the brainwashing, I'll be refined into a puppet. Sigh. Don't worry, every year on Qingming, I'll burn paper money for you. Ren Rat. Number 2, call me Big Brother. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ren Rat's face twitched. Finally, he said with sorrow, Big Brother? I can't hear you. It's too low. Number 2, what did you say? Big Brother. Ren Rat shouted with grief and indignation. Kaka, number 2, to think that you would have such a day. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Ren Rat rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Why aren't you unsealing me? Dongfang Zhengpai took out a pearl and pushed it towards the seal on Ren Rat's body. 1. The pearl quickly absorbed the seal, as if it wanted to suck the seal into the pearl. Where did you get this pearl? Why haven't I seen it before? Did you dig up some ancestral grave and smuggle it? Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Smuggle my ass. You have to call me Big Brother in the future. What do you know? This was given to me by Yan Chuan. It was once the treasure of a middle sect. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Yan Chuan gave you this? This pearl is a natural treasure, comparable to an immortal tool. Ren Rat said in shock. I am a division head, so what if I have a pearl? This is my salary. Unlike you, you only know how to make money from the dead. You have no backing at all. If I wanted to save you, I could just say a word and there would be experts protecting me. What about you? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. Ren Rat's face stiffened as he said, You're not going to persuade me to join the Great Perfection, are you? I'm not trying to persuade you. I've already decided for you. If you don't want to be the supreme beast of the nation, then you can be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I'll be the only one in this department. It'll be embarrassing, Dongfang Zhengpai said. Bah, what elder brother is like a father? You're still a little brat. Who called me Big Brother just now? Ren Rat. The two of them cursed at each other as they undid the seal. Not long after, they were all unlocked. The earth has been sealed? Ren Rat stomped on the ground and was unexpectedly unable to dig a hole. Go. The two of them immediately opened the door of the main hall. Outside the hall, the black-robed man was waiting. Let's go, the black-robed man said. The three of them immediately stuck close to the ground and shot into the distance. However, even so, he was still discovered. Kong Aotian was still admiring the immortal slaying gourd. Suddenly, he saw Ren Rat trying to escape. Stop. Kong Aotian's expression changed. As he said that, Kong Aotian stretched out his hand and stopped the three of them. Freeze. Bang. The black-robed man suddenly shot out his sword, and the void seemed to shatter. The black-robed man instantly broke Kong Aotian's immobilization technique. Let's go. Whoosh. The three of them quickly shot into the distance. Even Yan Chuan can't do anything to me, and you want to escape? Heavenly Tao gather. Kong Aotian waved his hand again. Heaven-mending style. Boom. A large number of crystals seemed to shatter in the void. Kong Aotian's attack failed again. The three silhouettes instantly shot into the forest and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who is he? My heavenly Tao, even sky immortals can't do anything to me. Kong Outian said in shock. Although Kong Outian's movement was big, everyone's eyes were looking in another direction. While the three of them were fighting for the Taoist seal, Goddess Shichen's figure slowly appeared in the void. Do all of you want this Taoist seal? Goddess Shichen said compassionately. Meng Sanqing's expression changed. In the end, he nodded and said, Please help us. In Yanjin. Please help us, Goddess Shichen. Yan Chuan said politely. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Please help us. Kong Mok said solemnly. The three of them were all grabbing the Taoist seal, but they all realized that the Taoist seal didn't move at all. Back then, it was easy for them to get it, but it was so difficult for them. Goddess Shichen shook her head and said, It's not enough. If you don't condense the Great Path, you can only pluck it with a large amount of merit or providence. But none of you are enough. If you can gather it, it might be possible. What? Meng Sanqing's expression changed. Yan Chuan and Kong Mok both frowned. This Taoist seal seals this world. If you pluck it, you will shake the entire world. You're not strong enough. There's another way. If you want to be recognized by the world, you need to accumulate almost all the merit and providence. Remember, Goddess Shichen said. Then, Goddess Shichen's figure slowly faded away. Yan Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sanqing. The three of them held the Taoist seal in their hand. Their expressions changed for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan smiled bitterly and slowly let go of his right hand. As expected, Yan Chuan let go and the other two hands didn't move the Taoist seal at all. Yan Chuan let go. Meng Sanqing slowly let go with a trace of reluctance. Kong Mok let out a sigh with a hint of confusion. Boom. The sky was clear and the storm stopped. The world returned to normal. The countless spectators in the three places were all at a loss. They were busy for so long, but no one could get it? Whoosh. Meng Sanqing slowly retracted his wings and returned to normal. He stood on the square with a gloomy face. Whoosh. The yellow-robed man flew over with a gourd on his back. Do you need the merit and providence of the world? The yellow-robed man frowned. Third brother, although the Archaean sect uses Tian Su, I once let it devour a god bestowment scroll. Meng Sanqing said with a gloomy face. Does that mean we can fight for providence? The yellow-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Meng Sanqing nodded. If that's the case, then let's destroy the dynasty and take their providence. The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. Okay. Meng Sanqing nodded. I'll go to the west and destroy the great Buddha dynasty. You go to the east and destroy the great Jin dynasty. Don't be soft-hearted, the yellow-robed man said. Third brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Meng Sanqing nodded. The yellow-robed man nodded. The yellow-robed man took a step forward and shot towards the west with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Sanqing watched the yellow-robed man leave. He took a deep breath and headed towards the east with a gloomy face. The strength of the two men was naturally shocking. Although the world was big, it only took a day to travel. The two men went to the capital of the two dynasties, Million Buddha City. At the entrance of the Million Buddha Hall, Kong Mo Ku and his officials looked at the yellow-robed man on the top of a palace in the distance. Who are you? Tell me your name, Kong Mo Ku said with a gloomy face. Sha Di. The yellow-robed man said solemnly. Sha Di? The officials of the Million Buddha Hall repeated the name blankly. They had never heard of him before. Who are you? What do you want? What's your relationship with the Archaean sect? Kong Imoku asked. From now on, you will submit to the Archaean sect and contribute all your providence. Otherwise, you will die. Sha Di said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Kong Imoku burst into laughter. How ridiculous. You want me to contribute my providence? Could it be that this person had lost his mind? Who in the world dares to talk to me like this? I'll count to 3. 1. Sha Di said coldly. Humph! How dare a nobody take the providence of the great Buddha dynasty? You're courting death. Kong Imoku said coldly as he waved his dragon robe. After Kong Imoku finished speaking, a large number of guards flew up into the sky. They rushed toward Sha Di. 2. Sha Di said coldly. Humph! Go to hell. Kong Imoku stared at him. Kong Imoku stretched out his hand and attacked first. A huge handprint appeared in the void with an unstoppable force. 3. Sha Di said. He patted the immortal killing gourd and a white light shot out. The immortal killing flying saber flew out of the gourd. Baby, please turn around. Swish. A ferocious white light shot towards Kong Moke. Kong Imoku's face changed. Boom! Kong Imoku's head was chopped off and thrown into the air. The immortal killing flying saber flew back into the gourd instantly. All the officials were petrified in an instant. Kong Imoku's head was separated from his body? Kong Imoku's head was flying in the air and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That's impossible! Zhao Xianji exclaimed. Your Majesty! The officials exclaimed. Chapter 1098. Central Divine Continent. The two great immortals, Tian Yi and Dier, brought the 12 immortals and fled in panic. He was careful when he came. He thought that the experts of this world were strange, but he didn't think they were this strange. Big brother, third bro is dead. Third bro is dead. What should we do? Earth Second said with hatred. Tian Yi turned his head and shook his head. The divine sex sacred ground wants revenge. Can you block that flying dagger? Earth 2 was silent with grief and indignation. Rumble! In the distance, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. From afar, a massive statue of Goddess Jichen appeared. Goddess Jichen? The Tao seal is about to be plucked? Tian Yi's expression changed. He wanted to stop Zhang Xian, but the scene from before was still fresh in his mind. Was he tired of living? For the first time, the two great immortals felt that their title of Great Immortal was not that useful. Rumble! After listening to Goddess Jichen's explanation, Meng Sanxing gave up on trying to obtain the Tao seal. The immortals all heaved a long sigh of relief. They glanced at one another, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips. What should we do? Earth 2 asked. One of us will ascend first and report to the Sage King. The rest of us will stay and wait. This time, let's not be too rash. Tianyi sighed softly. Yes. Sigh, this world is too strange. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the Saint King to come. Tian Yi sighed softly. Big brother, what are you talking about? The strength of a Saint King is one realm higher than ours. Di said. But, do we know much about this world? Do you know what other dangers there are in the deity realm? Tian Yi asked solemnly. Ground 1 fell silent again. What was there in the God realm? The immortals were curious, and so was Kong Aotian. In Kong Aotian's eyes, it was Meng Sanxing who had unleashed the power of the God world. To be able to penetrate the earth, what kind of treasure was that? Meng Sanxing and Sha Di had already left. Kong Aotian's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stepped toward the entrance of the divine world. Now that Meng Sanxing and Sha Di had left, what was there to be afraid of? Swish! Kong Aotian charged towards the deity world. What are you doing? Stop right there. Meng Hongying's expression changed. The experts from the Archaean sects and holy grounds were alarmed as they quickly blocked the entrance to the God world. Kong Aotian revealed an evil smile and said, Meng Hongying, get out of the way. You can't stop me. Kong Aotian, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the sacred master will refine you when he returns? Meng Hongying shouted. Ha 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 ha, I wouldn't have come if I was afraid. Kong Aotian laughed wildly. Divine sect formation, stop Kong Aotian. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Archaean sects and sacred grounds immediately responded. Settle. Kong Aotian shouted coldly. Boom. The surrounding experts were all frozen in midair in an instant. Kong Aotian could even freeze celestial immortals, let alone these mortals. Meng Hongying grabbed the long whip, her eyes filled with surprise. Kong Aotian smiled evilly. Don't stare at me like that. I'm no longer the holy son of Aotian. I am nobler than all of you. Are you curious about my strength? Ha 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 ha, you bunch of mortals will never understand. Ha 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 ha. Kong Aotian laughed loudly as he stepped into the divine world. In the outside world, countless experts were frozen in place, extremely anxious. However, soon a loud roar came from the divine world. Treasure, let's go on a trip. With a loud roar, countless crows began to caw in a dense manner. Wah! 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 In the divine world, Kong Aotian met another man with a gourd on his back. It was a man in a green robe with a huge green gourd on his back. The mouth of the gourd was suddenly facing him. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Suddenly, countless fire crows flew out from the mouth of the gourd. The fire crows were extremely fast, as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Kong Aotian. The entire divine world was filled with fire crows in an instant. Each fire crow only had one leg. Golden flames shot up to the sky around each fire crow. Boom! It was as if the sun had exploded where Kong Aotian was. Heavenly Tao, gather! Kong Aotian exclaimed. However, the fire crows did not seem to be affected at all. Boom! Kong Aotian's body was blown into hundreds of pieces. The fire burned as if it was going to be annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown, Kong Aotian's body pieces suddenly flew out and went straight to the exit of the divine world. Boom! Kong Aotian's body pieces escaped. After flying out of the divine world, Kong Aotian's body pieces quickly gathered together. They turned into Kong Aotian's appearance again, but this time, Kong Aotian's appearance was extremely miserable. Let's go! Kong Aotian yelled at his subordinate. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance in fear. What a terrifying divine world! What a powerful gourd! Are those golden crows? Billions of golden crows? Kong Aotian's eyes were filled with panic. It's even more terrifying than Meng Sansheng and the yellow gourd. I'm a Tao god. Even if I'm just a newborn Tao god, I'm still immortal and indestructible. Just now I actually felt like I was about to be destroyed. Kong Aotian ran in fear. In the divine world, countless golden crows flew around the divine world for a while before flying back to the green gourd. Rumble! The scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, all the golden crows entered the gourd. The man in the green robe looked at the exit of the divine world and squinted his eyes. Resurrection? This is a Tao god? Wait until I unlock another seal on the fire crow gourd. Even if you are a Tao god, I will burn you to ashes. The man in the green robe carried the fire crow gourd and walked into the mountain of ancestors. West Divine Continent, outside the Thousand Buddha City. Kong Daoqiu was standing on the peak of a mountain, watching the battle in the Thousand Buddha City. A man carrying a yellow gourd was facing all the experts of the great Buddha Empire. Is this person from the Archaean sacred ground? Why haven't I seen him before? What is he doing here? Kong Daoqiu frowned. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he listened to the battle in the distance. Shadi! What? Is this person crazy? Is he really going to make the entire Thousand Buddha City his enemy? Kong Mok has the help of the Lotus God. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. Kong Daoqiu frowned in shock. He attacked? Kong Mok is indeed like this. He lost his cool after a few words? Kong Daoqiu shook his head and sighed. Baby, please turn around. Bam! Kong Mok's head flew into the air. Kong Daoqiu's face stiffened and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is impossible! Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. Kong Mok's head was chopped off with one slash? In an instant? In just an instant? This is not real. This is impossible. Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. In the distance, Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and he was in disbelief. He was chopped off just like that? Chopped into two? Kong Mok's head flew into the air, and the officials and guards behind him were petrified. Then they screamed, "This is impossible! Your Majesty!" "No!" The courtiers roared in unison. They were filled with grief and hatred. In the distance, at the peak of a palace, Shadi's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bone protruded from his forehead as he looked coldly at the head that flew into the air. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. He stood there like an army of thousands of men and horses. The guards who were rushing toward Kong Mok were shocked when they saw Kong Mok's head flying into the air. "Charge! Charge my ass! Your Majesty!" All the guards rushed toward Kong Mok. Kong Mok did not expect Shadi to be so ferocious and to kill without hesitation. "Lotus Goddess, save me!" Kong Mok's head barely managed to utter a cry. A white lotus flower slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. "I have already saved you. That slash cut off your spiritual soul. If I had not protected your spiritual soul, you would be a headless corpse now." A voice came from the white lotus flower. "Lotus Goddess, what is that slash?" Kong Mok asked in horror as his head fell to the ground. "The immortal slaying gourd and the immortal slaying flying saber. However, it seems that you have not reached your strongest state yet. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to protect you," Lotus Goddess said. Plop! Kong Mok's head fell to the ground. In the distance, Shadi squinted his eyes. "He's not completely dead?" Shadi asked in surprise. This was the first time that the immortal slaying flying saber had not destroyed his spiritual soul. Shadi was about to rush toward Kong Mok. "The holy ground of the Holy Clan and the Kong family have always minded our own business. Do you want to become enemies with the Kong family today?" Boom! A deafening sound suddenly came from the sky above the city of Buddhas. A gust of majestic aura pressed down on Shadi, who was rushing towards Kong Mok. Shadi raised his head, and a gust of ferocious chi soared into the sky. "Ancestor?" the disciples of the Kong family exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw a man in green standing in the sky. There were several cracks on his face, which sent chills down everyone's spine. The cracks were not scars. That crack looked extremely strange. It was as if the green-robed man's entire body was made of ceramic. When the ceramic shattered, cracks appeared. The man in green's face was full of cracks, and his eyes were filled with ferocious chi. He stared at Shadi coldly. Both of them looked ferocious, and their auras soared. Their ferocious chi made the experts around them turn pale. "Are you Demon King Kong?" Feng Xiao's face darkened. Demon King Kong was confronting Shadi. Feng Xiao reacted instantly, taking advantage of this opportunity to run towards where Kong Mok's head had fallen. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I deserve to die." Feng Xiao knelt beside Kong Mok's head. "Put my head back on my body," Kong Mok said in a deep voice. "Yes." Feng Xiao quickly picked up Kong Mok's head and went to the headless body. Then, he carefully placed the head on Kong Mok's head. Buzz! A white lotus bloomed above Kong Mok's head, giving off a soft white light. Kong Mok's head and body were quickly connected. When the officials saw this, they were overjoyed. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Holy Wanen!" Chapter 1099 East Divine Continent, Great Zhen Heavenly Dynasty, Yanjin. On top of a mountain outside Yanjin, Meng Sanxing carried a giant purple gourd on his back and looked coldly at the luck in Yanjin. In the distance, at the entrance of the facing Sky Hall, Yan Chuan was dressed in a dragon robe as he led his ministers out of the Skyward Palace. Feng Yinyang, Wang Jian, Bai Ditian and Yin Hentian all looked gloomy. Even the Queen and Zizi came to the front of the facing Sky Hall and looked at Meng Sanxing seriously. A day ago, they were fighting for the seal. In just one day, Meng Sanxing came from the Middle Divine Continent. Goddess Shichen's words were still vivid in his mind. He had to become an ancestral immortal or gather all the merit and luck in the world. Meng Sanxing was obviously not an ancestral immortal, so there was only one way to get the luck of Great Zhen Heavenly Dynasty. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Zizi's eyes flashed anxiously. After all, one was her husband and the other was her grandfather. Even if her grandfather had never taken care of her, they were still related by blood. Meng Sanxing looked at the Sea of Luck. Then, Meng Sanxing looked at Yan Chuan. The two overlords looked at each other. Although they were far away from each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. The people in Yanjin didn't even dare to breathe. Yan Chuan, I think you already know why I'm here. Give me all the luck and I'll leave immediately. Meng Sanxing said. Yan Chuan smiled and said, Meng Sanxing? I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Meng Sanxing raised an eyebrow. Meng Sanxing, Goddess Shichen said that there are two ways to get the seal. One is to have the world, and the other is to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. Why do we need the strength of an ancestral immortal? Yan Chuan said. Meng Sanxing frowned as he looked at Yan Chuan. He didn't know what Yan Chuan wanted to say. Last time, when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, you should know that the 10 Dao Seals of heaven and earth have all fallen into the hands of the heroes of the immortal world. Only this last one is left. Do you really think that the heroes of the immortal world don't know about this place? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Oh! It's fine if ordinary experts don't know about it, but the supreme experts definitely know about it. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. There must be immortals ascending. The location of this world will definitely be revealed. Why didn't the supreme experts of the immortal world pluck the last one earlier? Yan Chuan continued asking. Meng Sanxing frowned. Divine sect and sacred ground aren't strong enough. Meng Sanxing isn't strong enough either. I'm sure that you'll be targeted by the experts of the immortal world if you take action. Can your divine world stop the experts of the immortal world? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Sanxing's face suddenly turned ugly. As Yan Chuan said, was the location of this world really so hidden that no one knew about it? Only Jing Ting and the others got the slightest bit of information? Absolutely impossible. Who knew how many immortals had ascended in the past tens of thousands of years? Wasn't the news leaked enough? But at this moment, not many people knew about it. As Yan Chuan said, the heroes of the world had some kind of taboo, or some kind of powerful force that prevented them from knowing about it. If the seal wasn't broken, then so be it. Once it was broken, this taboo would disappear. At that time, the Dao Seal would become the focus of the world. The divine race had its strange characteristic. Thousands of years ago, Meng Sanxing even went to the immortal world and brought back the 9th rat. At that time, he had a little understanding of the immortal world. Naturally, he understood that although the divine sect and sacred ground were strong now, it still wasn't enough to face the entire immortal world. ZZ's recent rise in strength must have something to do with you. Meng Sanxing, I don't know what's going on with your strength, but I can see that you need opportunities. If you want to take the Dao Seal, wait for a few more opportunities. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Meng Sanxing stared at Yan Chuan for a while, and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan? What a sharp tongue. I was almost convinced by you. Humph. I must have the Dao Seal. We'll talk about the immortal world later. Meng Sanxing said coldly. Yan Chuan's face sank. Yan Chuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the Dao Seal or not? Meng Sanxing said coldly. Yan Chuan sneered. Unless I give it to you, no one can take it from me. Humph, since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. The entire Yan Jin will be buried with your mistake, Meng Sanxing shouted. He patted the Hong Meng gourd gently. Treasure, please. Yan Chuan's face sank. He stepped forward and grabbed at the sky. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted. Whoosh. A powerful force fell from the sky. Yan Chuan's palm seemed to have pulled down the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above Yanjin. Countless stars fell and bombarded Meng Sanxing. Feng Yinyang's face sank behind Yan Chuan. Array rise. Whoosh. Fog suddenly appeared around Yanjin. Feng Yinyang quickly used an array to protect the entire city. Countless stars appeared and trapped Meng Sanxing in the center. A powerful force pressed down on Meng Sanxing. Ha 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 ha. Meng Sanxing laughed disdainfully. The Hong Meng gourd had already started to absorb the stars. Although there were many of them and they were big, they were all absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd. Rumble. The rolling stars were absorbed by the Hong Meng gourd in a short while. World suppressing. Yan Chuan shouted. The burying heaven copper coffin appeared in his hand and fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it flew towards Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing's face changed and he pointed the Hong Meng gourd at Yan Chuan. Treasure, please. Whoosh. A powerful suction force acted on the sky-burying bronze coffin. Grow. Yan Chuan shouted. The sky-burying bronze coffin suddenly expanded. It didn't shrink like other creatures. Instead, it crashed into the Hong Meng gourd as if it wasn't affected by the suction force. Boom. The two treasures collided with a loud bang. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan shouted again. Buzz. Countless stars began to revolve around Meng Sanxing once more. As they revolved around him, a powerful pressure pressed down on him. The two treasures were in a deadlock. Yan Chuan attacked again and a terrifying force pressed down on Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing's face changed. Yan Chuan? Everyone underestimated you. Meng Sanxing's face changed. Roar. Meng Sanxing roared. His hair and pupils suddenly turned purple. At the same time, a pair of huge purple wings that were 20 meters long appeared on his back. Boom! Meng Sanxing's strength rose sharply. The tremendous power seemed to have forced out a storm, viciously repelling the stars in the surroundings. All kinds of purple feathers seemed to be falling from the sky. Meng Sanxing used his strength again, and the Hong Meng gourd's suction force rose again. Ka ka ka. The sky-burying bronze coffin trembled as if it couldn't resist anymore. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly and unleashed his super mystique as well. His long hair and eyes suddenly turned blood-red, and a sea of blood filled the sky and countless blood clouds appeared in all directions. Yan Chuan was like a peerless demon god standing on the sea of blood. Yan Chuan used his super ability to control the sky-burying bronze coffin again, and the Hong Meng gourd was immediately suppressed. Impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you be so powerful? Meng Sanxing's face changed. Aren't you a mortal too? Yan Chuan snorted. Soul formation. Meng Sanxing shouted. The purple feathers in the air rapidly gathered together, forming hundreds of babies with purple wings on their backs. Each of the babies held a purple bow in their hands and shot towards Yan Chuan. Haha, blood gods! Yan Chuan sneered. Boom! Hundreds of blood gods suddenly rushed out from the sea of blood and slashed at the babies with purple wings. Boom! In the south of Beijing, the battle was already extremely intense, and a storm was raging everywhere. Countless stars returned to Yan Chuan's hand. Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with a murderous light as he threw a punch at Meng Sanxing. Meng Sanxing's face darkened as he threw a punch. Boom! The two overlords clashed and neither of them gave in. They glared at each other. Their energy was rising. Boom! When the two of them attacked, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed. It seemed to be repelling the power that was beyond this world. At the entrance of Yanjin, the ministers were worried. Miao, should we help Yan Chuan? Miao asked anxiously. Zizi took a deep breath and shook her head. No, they haven't used their full strength yet. Otherwise, Yan Chuan would have started to use the power of the great zenith. When the two palms collided, Meng Sanxing's eyes became gloomy. Meng Sanxing, I know you still have power, but do you think I don't? This is Yanjin, my home ground. I'm only doing this to tell you that the divine world isn't invincible. You won't be able to take the seal. Today, you alone can't do anything to me, Yan Chuan said. Meng Sanxing's face darkened. And I want to tell you that I'm not the strongest in Yanjin. Yan Chuan said again. What? Meng Sanxing's face changed. It's like you're number one in the divine world? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Meng Sanxing's face changed. The seal might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Think twice. Yan Chuan said again. Meng Sanxing flapped his wings. Boom! The palms of the two separated with a loud bang. Whoosh! Meng Sanxing summoned the Hong Meng gourd and retreated. The battle stopped. Meng Sanxing's face darkened. In the distance, Yan Chuan stood on the blood sea with his hands behind his back. Meng Sanxing, you're smart. I won't see you off. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Humph! Meng Sanxing snorted and left. Swish! Meng Sanxing disappeared in a blink. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The people and officials of Great Jin cheered. Yan Chuan put away the blood sea and the sky-burying coffin and returned to the square. That's great! Zizi stepped forward excitedly. Phew! Yan Chuan took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Your Majesty? Feng Yinyang and the others' faces changed. I'm fine. Meng Sanxing is indeed powerful. I have some internal injuries, so I need to go into seclusion for a while. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Chapter 1100. In the cultivation room, Yan Chuan was recovering from his injuries alone. Meng Sanxing was right. He was not the strongest in Yan capital. It was not because there were officials who could defeat him, but because Yan Chuan had another zombie body. Yan Chuan's strength was soaring at an unbelievable speed as he cultivated the body of a general and minister. This was Yan Chuan's trump card. Yan Chuan did not want to reveal it yet. As for Meng Sanxing, why should he reveal it when he could persuade him with words? My strength is comparable to a heavenly immortal, but I'm still slightly weaker than a great immortal. I can fight a great immortal with the sky-burying coffin. Unfortunately, Meng Sanxing also has the Hong Meng gourd. Fortunately, my divine ability has reached the 3rd level, so I can use it as I wish. I'm no longer limited by time. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand with a solemn expression. There were countless stars spinning in his palm. This emperor used a super-divine ability, the universe in the palm. That palm was no small matter, but Meng Sanxing managed to block it? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The 12th level of the upper void stage? My divine ability must be the peak of a mortal. It might even surpass a heavenly immortal and reach the level of a great immortal. Meng Sanxing blocked it, but I was injured by the backlash. However, Meng Sanxing is still immortal. This can only mean one thing. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The 12th level of the upper void stage. Maybe it's not the peak of a mortal. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was there a 13th level of the upper void stage above it? Yan Chuan frowned and slowly got up. In the upper study, Yan Chuan looked at the officials. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Yifeng asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Yan Chuan shook his head. That's good, the officials said with a smile. In Hentian. Yan Chuan looked at In Hentian. Yes, Your Majesty. We have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Yan Chuan looked at In Hentian. In Hentian asked curiously. The officials also looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Could it be that the limit of mortals is really the 12th level of the upper void stage? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. 12th level of the upper void stage? In the upper study room, the officials were surprised. Wasn't the limit of mortals at the 12th level of the upper void stage? Why did His Majesty ask? Hentian was also at a loss as he replied, "That's right, Your Majesty. According to what I know, this is already the limit of mortals." "Are you sure?" Yan Chuan frowned. Hentian frowned and said, "My clan existed before the great calamity of the ancient times. According to what I know, this is indeed the case. The 12th level of the void stage is indeed the limit for mortals." Hearing Hentian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. Among the officials, Jin Diu frowned deeply. After pondering for a while, he stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," Jin Diu said. Everyone looked at Jin Diu. Jin Diu looked at Hentian and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, perhaps what Lord said is reasonable. However, I feel that it is not entirely true." Yan Chuan asked curiously. "The 12th level of the upper void stage. After passing the tribulation, one would become a heaven celestial. However, my ancestors seemed to..." Jin Diu frowned. "Seemed to what?" Jin Diu took a deep breath and said, "My ancestor passed the tribulation with a mortal body. After passing the tribulation, he became an ancestral celestial." "What? Impossible!" Hentian exclaimed in shock. In the upper study room, the officials were shocked. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. "My ancestor was born in the sun. According to what I know, my ancestor stayed in the sun for almost 1,000,000 years to pass the tribulation and become an ancestral celestial. Only then did he break through with the help of the sun," Jin Diu said. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Hentian was no longer calm. "Lord Jin, who is your ancestor? How is that possible? Why have I never heard of him?" Jin Diu smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Hentian did not pursue the matter. However, he was deep in thought. He waited for 1,000,000 years when he was immortal? Yan Chuan was shocked. "My ancestor was special. However, after 1,000,000 years of accumulation, he broke through and became an ancestral celestial. Although 1,000,000 years is a long time, it is more difficult to break through after becoming an immortal. If an immortal cultivates slowly, it will take a long time to become an ancestral celestial." Jin Diu nodded. "Your Majesty, actually, we can do it too." Lu Gang's expression changed. "Your Majesty, with the dream of heaven's secrets, we can also spend 10,000 years in the mortal world before ascending together," Lu Gang said excitedly. 1,000,000 years? If they could dream of heaven's secrets for 10,000 years, wouldn't that be equivalent to 2,000,000 years? The officials were tempted. However, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "The dream of heaven's secrets isn't omnipotent. Indeed, it can accumulate 200 times the power of one's birth chart. However, it's not just the power of one's birth chart that determines one's birth chart. One must also comprehend the Tao and comprehend one's own Tao. However, if one's soul is divided into 200 parts, it won't be easy to comprehend the Tao. Comprehending the Tao requires one to forget oneself and perfect oneself. Don't rely too much on the dream of heaven's secrets." Yes. Lu Gang was discouraged. "Before transcending the immortal tribulation, I'll take all of you to absorb all the potential in the dream of heaven's secret. After all, we can't waste it." Yan Chuan smiled slightly. "Yes," everyone said excitedly. Although it was not as terrifying as Jin Diu's ancestor, it would at least be after transcending the tribulation and surpassing the heaven immortal realm, right? Like Jin Diu's ancestor, he had to wait 1,000,000 years. Yan Chuan did not have that much time. Yan Chuan had too many concerns in this world. In the West Divine Continent. In the Great Buddha Dynasty. The Shah Di vs. Demon King Kong. Demon King Kong did not fight in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Demon King Kong suddenly tore at the void. Boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared in the void. Demon King Kong glanced at the Shah Di. The Shah Di understood tacitly. Boom! The two peerless experts stepped into the hole. Rumble! The huge hole in the void slowly closed. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, countless people were horrified. Zhao Xianji and Feng Shao were also at a loss. How is this possible? A disciple of the Kong family exclaimed. The ancestor tore open the sky and took the Shah Di to the immortal realm? Their battlefield is in the immortal realm? They went to the immortal realm to fight. Countless experts revealed looks of astonishment. These two people were too domineering. Were they not afraid of not coming back? In the distance, Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. The ancestor's strength is indeed fierce. Kong Daoqiu sighed. Then, Kong Daoqiu looked at Kong Mok in the distance. Kong Mok watched Demon King Kong and the Shah Di leave with a complicated look in his eyes. Demon King Kong? He seems to be guarding against you. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. That's normal. Which ambitious person would put their own safety in the hands of others? Demon King Kong has been exposed in this realm, and the Shah Di is not to be underestimated. Demon King Kong is worried that after both sides are injured, he will be taken advantage of, so he went to the immortal realm. He is very cautious. Lotus Goddess said lightly. When can I reach his level? Kong Mok's eyes were filled with anticipation. His level? You have just become a sky immortal, so there's still a long way to go. When you reach the peak of the sky immortal realm, you can borrow my power to deal with him. Moreover, after this battle, Demon King Kong will be even more injured. Lotus Goddess said lightly. Why not a great immortal? Kong Mok frowned. Do you think it's easy for an immortal to pass a tribulation? A mortal's tribulation is to strengthen their Tao heart and give them the confidence to continue cultivating. An immortal's tribulation is fatal every time. Don't think that Gong Yang Taolu is a great immortal. I'm sure that he used countless treasures to pass his tribulation. What treasures do you have? An immortal's tribulation is difficult. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly, but he could only nod. Kong Mok did not leave. Instead, he led his officials to the Pantheon Square and waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days. On the second day, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the Kong family. Boom! A beam of white light shot into the sky, and then everything returned to normal. Demon King Kong is back. Lotus Goddess said to Kong Mok. How did he come back? Kong Mok asked in surprise. Kong Mok is seriously injured, so he can't break the seal from the immortal realm. However, perhaps he has a treasure that can send him back. Lotus Goddess said. Treasure? Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Lotus Goddess seemed to have guessed Kong Mok's thoughts. Although I didn't see the treasure, it must be more powerful than a great immortal weapon if it can send him back. If you can get it, you will have a great chance to pass the tribulation and become a great immortal. However, can you snatch it? Kong Mok's face darkened. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Realm. Ancestral Mountain. Boom. 7-colored light shone from the ancestral mountain. With a loud tremor, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Shah Di stepped into it. At this moment, Shah Di's yellow robe had many cracks, and there were 5 bloody marks on his face. He looked extremely miserable. Not far away, Meng Sanxing's expression changed, and he flew over. Brother San, how are you? Meng Sanxing asked. Shah Di said in a low voice, Demon King Kong is indeed powerful. I'm injured, but he's more seriously injured. Like me? He returned without success? Meng Sanxing's face darkened. What? Something happened to Dajin too? Shah Di said in a low voice. Meng Sanxing smiled bitterly and said, I've already told my brother, and I'll tell you again later. My brother has decided to give up on the seal of this world. What? Give up? Shadi's face darkened. My brother has decided to move the divine race back, Meng Sanxing said in a low voice. Move back? Back to the divine realm? Shadi's face darkened. Meng Sanxing nodded. Shadi's face flashed with reluctance. Let's go and see my brother first. Okay. The two of them flew down the mountain and headed towards the cave. 3 years later. Yan Jin, Dazhen's heavenly empire. A hall master of the archaic sex landed in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan took the letter curiously. Meng Hongying asked me to give this to you and Sage Z. The hall master said. Yan Chuan opened it and read it. After reading for a while, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The archaic sex are going to enter the divine realm? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we'll all enter the divine realm in 3 years. Since Yan Di has received the letter, I'll go back, the hall master said. With that, the hall master left quickly. The archaic sex were leaving? Not knowing why, Yan Chuan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Chapter 1101. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Central Divine Continent, archaic sect sacred ground, outside the divine world. At this moment, a large number of disciples were flying toward the divine world from all directions. At the entrance of the divine world, some disciples were responsible for screening those who were qualified to enter the divine world. At this moment, a lady in red was standing on top of a small mountain outside the divine world. The lady in red was looking around as if she was trying to find someone in the sea of people. Meng Hongying was still dressed in red, but she was no longer as bold as before. She seemed to have become more conservative, but even wearing a fur coat could not hide her enchanting appearance. At this moment, a hall master flew over quickly. Saintess, let's go. The sacred master has instructed us to leave the divine world soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The hall master said. Meng Hongying said anxiously. She turned to look at the hall master. Did you deliver the letter I gave you? Meng Hongying asked with a frown. Saintess, I definitely delivered it. I personally delivered it to Yan Chuan. The hall master shouted. Delivered? Why isn't he here? Meng Hongying bit her lips. Ah! You can leave now. Meng Hongying said irritably. Saintess, it's too late. Everyone else has gone in. We are the only ones left. The hall master said anxiously. I'll wait a little longer. You can leave now. Meng Hongying shook her head stubbornly. The hall master looked bitter. You are the sacred master's granddaughter. If you don't go in, how can I go in? At this moment, almost everyone had entered the divine world. Meng Sanxing stepped out. Hongying. Meng Sanxing said. Grandfather. Meng Hongying was anxious. It's time to go. Come back. Meng Sanxing said. Meng Hongying frowned and nodded reluctantly. She flew to the entrance of the divine world. Meng Hongying glanced at her surroundings in disappointment. However, she still did not see what she was waiting for. Meng Hongying sighed unwillingly and stepped into the divine world. Meng Sanxing was the last to enter. Before entering, Meng Sanxing glanced at a forest in the distance and raised his eyebrows. However, Meng Sanxing also entered the divine world. It was as if he no longer cared about the affairs of this world. Meng Sanxing stepped in. Several figures walked out of the forest in the distance. They were Yan Chuan, Zizi, Wang Jian, and Jin Du. Yan Chuan sighed as he watched Meng Hongying enter. Yan Chuan finally understood why he felt so lost. At the side, Zizi grabbed Yan Chuan's arm. At this moment, there was no longer any celestial phenomenon punishment. It was as though Yan Chuan was somewhat immune to it. Zizi seemed to have noticed Yan Chuan's expression and asked softly, Why don't you come out and say goodbye to them? Forget it. We don't want to have too many worries. Let her go with the wind. With no worries in the heart, there will be no worries. Isn't that better? Yan Chuan smiled. Zizi seemed to be able to sense Yan Chuan's emotions. Looking at the entrance to the God world in the distance, she hugged Yan Chuan's arm tightly. In the distance, at the entrance to the God world. Boom! The entrance to the God world exploded. Hum! The surrounding void seemed to be distorted violently. Gusts of whirlwinds erupted from the entrance of the God world. High up in the sky, the countless merits of the God world suddenly converged rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller. Gradually they disappeared. Several thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After the thunderclaps, the sky was clear and the clouds faded. Everything returned to normal. The entire God world has ascended, Wang Jian exclaimed. Yan Chuan and Zizi looked into the distance without saying anything. In the God world, Meng Hongying stepped in dejectedly. Meng Sanxing stood beside Meng Hongying. Hongying, were you the one who told Yan Chuan that we were leaving? Meng Sanxing asked in a deep voice. Meng Hongying's expression changed, and she turned to look at the temple master. Saintess, I didn't say that. Please forgive me. The temple master immediately cried out. Don't look anymore. I just saw Yan Chuan and Zizi. Meng Sanxing shook his head. The temple master sighed. What? Yan Chuan? Zizi? He's here? Meng Hongying exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the entrance of the God world, as if she wanted to leave. Whoosh! A vortex suddenly appeared at the entrance of the God world. The God world has been transported back to the immortal world. It's no longer the sealed world outside. Meng Sanxing shook his head. Ah! Meng Hongying smiled bitterly. Don't think about anything else, Meng Sanxing said. Meng Sanxing then left and flew towards the ancestral mountain. The temple master also left immediately, leaving Meng Hongying alone. She stared at the entrance of the God world in a daze. Meng Hongying's lips curled into a smile as if she thought of something happy. The divine sect's sacred ground. Yan Chuan and the others stood there for a while. Your Majesty, should we return? Jindu asked. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes, we should return. The final battle is about to begin. Jindu and Wang Jian's expression froze when they heard Yan Chuan's words. They also understood that the final battle with the great Buddha Empire was about to begin. 2 heavenly empires to divide the world? Given Yan Chuan's personality, it was impossible. Either Dajin would swallow the great Buddha, or the great Buddha would swallow Dajin. The world would be divided into 3. Now, the situation had changed. Next would be a huge world war. The group of people quickly headed towards the east. A few months later, Great Buddha Empire, 1000 Buddha City. Kong Imoku also received news that the Archaean sect's sacred ground had left. A court meeting was held in the 1000 Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, the Archaean sect's sacred ground has left. There are no strong enemies in the central divine continent now. Our great Buddha Empire can march straight down. Feng Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity, Zhao Xianji said excitedly. Kong Imoku nodded excitedly. Zhao Xianji will be the Eastern Expedition Marshal. He will lead the troops in the Eastern Expedition Army and conquer the Central Divine Continent. Yes, Zhao Xianji replied. Feng Xiao frowned but did not refute. Instead, he congratulated. Congratulations, Lord Zhao. Zhao Xianji looked at Feng Xiao and frowned, but still nodded. Kong family. Kong Daoqiu looked at the envelope in his hand. 2 disciples of the Kong family stood in front of him. Family head? The Archaean sect's sacred ground has left. Great Zhen, Great Buddha, the war is about to begin. Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice. My Kong family might be affected too. Kong Daoqiu said with an ugly expression. Isn't it fine if my Kong family doesn't participate in their war? Don't participate? Haha, will Kong Imoku care about our family? He has the Lotus God's protection. What is my Kong family? Kong Dao Chio's expression was ugly. Family head, is the lotus god really back? The disciple of the Kong family frowned. You don't believe me either? Kong Dao Chio said in a low voice. No, of course I believe in you. The disciple immediately said. Send out all the disciples of the family to gather information about the armies of the two dynasties. Kong Dao Chio said in a low voice. Yes. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yen Capital, Chaotian Palace. Yen Chuan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully. Some of them looked serious, while others looked excited. Yifeng, Yen Chuan said. Present. Yifeng stepped forward. Yifeng will be the West conquering marshal. He will be in charge of the army. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Hua Guang will be the first marshal. He will lead the first legion from the South Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Jin Yu will be the second marshal. He will lead the third legion from the North Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yin Hentian will be the third marshal. He will lead the fifth legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Wang Jian will be the fourth marshal. He will lead the sixth legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yes, Your Majesty. All the marshals replied. Li Si will be in charge of logistics. He will pacify the people and enforce the law. Yen Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si replied. Announce to the world that the Western expedition has begun. Yen Chuan shouted. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens and earth. Countless people in the entire Great Zhen world heard the dragon's roar. Countless people were curious. The Great Zhen army's western expedition had begun. The various legion generals quickly led their trusted subordinates and prepared to lead the various Great Zhen armies to conquer the world. Julu Academy. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were at a loss when they saw the news from Great Zhen. Meng Lingtian said bitterly, Great Zhen is developing too quickly. The world is vast, and all the land belongs to the king. I wonder how Great Zhen will treat us. One of the immortals said with a frown. If Great Zhen wanted to deal with us, they would have done so long ago. Yen Chuan is a man of his word. I believe in him. Meng Lingtian said solemnly. The immortals looked at Meng Lingtian, sighed and nodded. The Julu Academy naturally did not have the ambition to conquer the world. They could only hope that Great Zhen would fulfill their promise. Yen Jing. In front of Xianyang Palace. Yifeng, Zizi, Miao, Feng Yinyang, Bai Ditian, and the others looked at Yen Chuan. The 12th level of the upper void stage? I want to find the opportunity for mortals to break through. This is the last time and I will find it. You guys will guard Yen Jing. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Miao frowned and said, Miao, you've passed the immortal tribulation and become a heaven immortal. Can't you just cultivate further? Yen Chuan smiled. It's much harder for immortals to improve their cultivation compared to mortals. Time doesn't wait for me. Miao felt helpless. Be careful, Zizi said. Okay. Yen Chuan nodded. The 12th level of the upper void stage was like a checkpoint. However, Jin Yu said there was a precedent, so Yen Chuan did not want to give up. He entered the sky-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang shouted, Soul, go! Yen Chuan's soul suddenly split into 200 parts and entered the celestial realm. One of the 200 parts followed the footsteps of the past and went to a faraway place in the celestial realm. In a small house in the mountains, a man was lying on the table, sleeping with his eyes closed. Whoosh! The man suddenly woke up. His eyes became sharp. It was Yen Chuan's eyes. The man possessed by Yen Chuan stood up and looked in a direction. In the distance there was a giant tree that reached the sky. The World Tree? The cypress tree? I'm back. Last time, I comprehended the universe in my palm. This time, I hope I can find the opportunity from you, Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1102. It was still the same body, but it was a mortal body last time. This time, it was a Qi Jing expert. Obviously, after saving the cypress tree, he was protected by a large number of immortals who taught him cultivation. After all, the cypress tree was only alive because of this young man. If this young man died, the cypress tree would be doomed. Therefore, the immortals all around protected him. Yan Chuan walked out of the house and flew toward the cypress tree. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, two immortals, one in red and one in white, were playing chess. Suddenly, they saw Yan Chuan running toward the Tree of World. They were slightly surprised. Huh? That kid went to the Tree of World again? Yeah, that kid was scared out of his wits when the immortals gathered last time. In the end, no one took him in as a disciple. They just gave him cultivation methods and we helped guide him. His talent is too poor. I don't know how he was chosen by the Tree of World. He has so many treasures, but he's only in the Qi Jing realm. Forget it, we'll play our own game. No one else is allowed to get close to the Tree of World. That kid will be fine. Okay. The two immortals nodded and continued to play chess. Yan Chuan also arrived at the Tree of World without any problems. The vast Tree of World seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It took him a while to go around the Tree of World once. A while, and that was because he was in the Qi Jing realm. He touched the Tree of World. The Tree of World trembled all of a sudden. Yan Chuan seemed to feel the tree's excitement from within. You know me? Yan Chuan asked. But the Tree of World did not answer. It only expressed a little emotion. Yan Chuan felt helpless. But Yan Chuan did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back against the Tree of World and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In the distance, the two immortals looked at Yan Chuan blankly. That kid is cultivating at the Tree of World? The old man in red was confused. Ignore it. The old man in white shook his head. Yan Chuan leaned against the Tree of World and used his mind to feel the Tree of World's emotions. Once he sat down, he sat there for an entire year. In the distance, the two immortals became more and more distracted as they played chess. From time to time, he would look at Yan Chuan in the distance. There were traces of blue light around Yan Chuan, as if he had become one with the Tree of World. The faces of the two immortals twitched. Could this kid have received another message from the World Tree? Should we inform the sect? I think we should wait a little longer. Don't call the elders of the sect over like last time, and we don't know anything. He thought of his previous experience. The two immortals felt bitter again. The young man in front of him was frightened, and so were the two immortals. Countless experts had surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions, but he knew nothing. At that time, he had almost been tortured into confessing. Before they left, all the experts looked at them suspiciously, causing the two immortals to panic. Yan Chuan sat cross-legged. 1 year. 2 years. In the 3rd year. Finally, in his daze, Yan Chuan seemed to hear a voice. It sounded like a conversation between two people. May all the people in the world be like dragons and live forever. An old man's voice sounded. Bai Huang. A young man's voice sounded. Bai Yi. My Bai family focuses on scholarly achievements and has a long way to go. You are the most talented person in my Bai family. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Bai Huang said softly. Bai Yi? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he called Bai Yi in his previous life? This young man had the same name as him? But in his previous life, he didn't know any Bai Huang. Yan Chuan fell into deep thought, and the record from the Tree of World came again. Bai Huang, the Bai family was born because of you. You once told me that the birth of the Bai family came from a cypress tree that reached the heavens and the earth. My Bai family was born with it. Why haven't I seen this cypress tree? I've studied the geography of the world, but I've never seen the cypress tree you mentioned. Bai asked curiously. That cypress tree is the foundation of my Bai family. I've placed it in an extremely safe place. As long as the cypress tree exists, the Bai family will exist forever. My Bai family and that cypress tree are bound together for good or ill, Bai Huang said. An extremely safe place? Bai Yi asked curiously. Don't worry. If I say it's safe, it's safe. There's a trace of my spirit in that cypress tree. I've also let it merge with a trace of your spirit, Bai Huang said. My Bai family was born by the tree. With that trace of my spirit, even if your spirit is destroyed and your life providence shattered, the cypress tree will do its best to save you. However, the price will be great. Bai Huang said. Bai Huang, I once heard Gue Guzi mention that the cypress tree can give you a chance to be reborn? Only once? Bai Yi's emotions were somewhat intense. Yes, only once, but this time, you and I will share this opportunity. Bai Huang laughed heartily. Bai Huang, if you do this This chance, if I die first, I'll be reborn. If you die first, this chance will be given to you. Isn't that great? Bai Huang said casually. You're the leader of my Bai family. You're sharing a chance to be reborn with me. I can't. Bai Yi sighed. Ha ha, do you wish for me to die early? No, I wish for you to transcend. You can live forever. That's enough. Where's your Bai Yi's spirit? Don't harp on this. I've divined the future. In my Bai family, only you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me or even surpass me. It's the fortune of my Bai family and the world. Bai Huang said. Then, have you divined how to live forever? Bai Yi smiled. It's easy to live forever, but it's difficult not to die. If you want to live forever, you have to transcend fate. No one can shake fate. Bai Huang sighed. I'll transcend. I'm here today to discuss something with you, Bai Yi said solemnly. I'm going to bury myself, Bai Yi said. What? Bai Huang asked solemnly. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, 4 yin virtue, and 5 merit. My Bai family focuses on merit, assisting the world and assisting the emperors. I think we'll never be able to transcend, Bai Yi said. Yan Chuan frowned again. 5 merit? Weren't they supposed to study? You want to establish a dynasty? Bai Huang asked. Yes. In the past, the system cultivated luck, feng shui, yin virtue, and reading. It was the human ancestor who created the path of life cultivation. As for reading, it was completely reduced to merit. Reading thousands of books and selling them to the emperors? Heh, my Bai family can only be an assistant? My Bai family can only be an assistant? Bai Yi said. What's wrong with being an assistant? Bai Huang asked. No, to transcend, one must have the ambition to create a new world. If one's heart is not firm, how can one transcend? How can one live forever? Bai Yi said. Once a life cultivator who establishes a dynasty fails, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, Bai Huang said. I know that the human ancestor created a dangerous path. In the end, he did not reach the end and fell. However, I am not prepared to back down. I am willing to face the world's calamity. I am willing to cut off all thorns. That person who transcends is in a deep slumber. I do not know when he will wake up. I do not know when he will destroy all life. I want to transcend before he wakes up. If I transcend, I can protect all life in the great 1,000 realms. Bai Yi said solemnly. This path is filled with danger. Are you not afraid of eternal damnation? Thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth. However, even without that chance, I want to continue. This is my treasure, Bai Yi said. A coffin? Yes, a coffin. I will carry this coffin and step onto the path of life cultivation. This coffin will constantly remind me that this is a path of no return. Once I admit defeat, I will bury everything. Bai said solemnly. Carry the coffin on the path? Haha, you have already thought about your future. What else can I say? Bai Huang said in admiration. However, my Bai clan has its own principles. I will not give you too much convenience, and the Bai clan will not side with you. Bai Huang added. I understand. I am walking the path of life cultivation, while the Bai clan is cultivating fame. I will be damned at any time. Naturally, I will not drag the Bai clan down with me. However, I want to borrow someone from you. Bai Yi said. Oh! Your disciple, Mr. Gui Guzi. Bai Yi said. Okay. Bai Huang answered. I have already usurped life to give birth to Lan. Lan will give birth to a third me, named Ing. I will establish the country Great Qin. My main body will be buried in this coffin. In the future, when the three bodies merge into one, that will be the day I transcend. Bai Yi said solemnly. Bury yourself? Bai Huang sighed. This coffin is called the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It gathers the evil energy of the world. Only by burying my main body can I suppress it for my own use. Burying myself will suppress the world. Bai Yi said solemnly. Okay. Yan Chuan's heart was filled with emotions. This Bai Yi was a person of great spirit and courage. The voice stopped abruptly. However, Yan Chuan did not get up. He continued to wait. In a trance, he did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice sounded again. Bai Huang took a deep breath and sighed. Bai Yi, Lan, Ing? They have finally merged into one. Defeated? You won? The Lotus God's attack was imminent. You sacrificed yourself to help others transcend, blocking the Lotus God. You sacrificed yourself to protect the world, to protect the common people. It should have been yours. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to transcend fate. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to live forever. He transcended because of you, but he will never be as great as you. Bai Huang's voice was choked with emotions. He owes you. The whole world owes you. The whole great thousand world owes you. Bai Yi, the Bai clan is proud of you. People of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand world's transcendence. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yan Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yan Chuan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1103. The Sealed Realm. The armies of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire stormed into the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was already riddled with holes. Back when the Archaean sects and sacred grounds were fighting for merit points, the Hall Masters had already wiped out all the middle-tier sections. The armies of the two dynasties didn't face too many obstacles as they continued to conquer the cities. In the sky above Yen capital, the Sea of Providence churned. When the battlefield opened, the Sea of Providence expanded. As the territory of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire increased, so did the Providence. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yifeng looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Lu Gang was the same. Lu Gang also didn't expect that he would reach his current level in such a short time. An Upper Void Realm expert sent a letter for us? A war report? Haha, Lord Yi, what do you think of this situation? Lu Gang asked excitedly. Let's do our best. After the Great Zhen Celestial Empire, it's only a matter of time before an immortal becomes a messenger. Yifeng said. Lu Gang nodded. It's been 10 years. The Middle Continent is almost equally divided between our dynasty and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire, right? Lu Gang asked. That's right. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire and the Great Zhen Celestial Empire are now connected to the Middle Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. What's the next step? His Majesty has decreed that we will conquer the Middle Continent and the West Continent. We haven't conquered the Middle Continent yet, let alone the West Continent. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. The war has officially begun? Lu Gang's eyes narrowed. This morning, I have already sent the letter to the 4 commanders. The war has begun. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Lu Gang's emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Yi Feng. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Reporting! A guard in the distance shouted. Then, the guard ran to the 2 of them. Sir, someone just sent this letter over and asked me to give it to Sir Yi Feng. The guard said respectfully. Where is he? Yi Feng asked. He's gone. This subordinate didn't even see his face clearly. That person handed over a 3rd-rank command medallion, said the guard. Rank token? Still trying to hide it? Their pupils shrank. He seemed to have guessed something. Yi Feng quickly opened the letter. By His Majesty's decree, between the 2 dynasties of the world, I will cooperate with the army and advance bravely. Kill. Butian Pavilion. After Yi Feng and Lu Gang finished reading, their eyes narrowed. Lu Gang waved his hand and the guard quickly retreated. That dark force of my dynasty? Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Heaven-mending pavilion? Yi Feng's eyes focused. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, 10,000 Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lord Zhao Xianji has been victorious all the way. Congratulations. Feng Xiao bowed to Kong Mok. Good. We didn't misjudge him. Kong Moku's eyes flashed with excitement. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao Xianji requests Your Majesty to send strategists and capable ministers to lead troops and govern the new territory. Moreover, if we encounter the Great Qin army, it's inevitable that there will be an even more intense battle. Feng Xiao said. Kong Moku nodded and said, Approved. Feng Xiao, I asked you to be in charge of logistics. I'm sure you have prepared the list of capable ministers. Kong Moku said lightly. Your Majesty, please take a look. Feng Xiao handed over the list that he had prepared beforehand. Reporting to Your Majesty. Suddenly, a minister shouted. Lord Zhao Xianji has already prepared the list. The minister said. He then took out a list. When the minister said this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stiffened. Feng Xiao was in charge of logistics. If Zhao Xianji interfered with the list, didn't that mean that he didn't trust Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhao Xianji was still wary of him. Kong Moku frowned slightly but still took the list. After looking at it for a while, Kong Moku suddenly laughed. Lord Zhao Xianji, you've been a villain in vain this time. Kong Moku laughed. As he spoke, he passed the 2 lists to the ministers. The 2 lists are actually the same? Lord Zhao and Lord Feng's lists are exactly the same, but the order is different? The ministers were surprised. The face of the minister who stepped forward immediately flushed red. Feng Xiao, don't take it to heart, Kong Moku said with a smile. Feng Xiao smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you're overthinking. Lord Zhao Xianji is doing everything for the great Buddha Celestial Empire. How can I blame him? I've also thought about this list because these people are the ones that Lord Zhao has used in the past and the ones that Lord Zhao has taken a fancy to in the past few imperial examinations. I'm in charge of logistics. Naturally, I have to make sure that the front lines are perfect. Good. Kong Moku praised. At the same time, he had a bad feeling about Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji was too petty. He was still suspecting Feng Xiao. If Feng Xiao had a problem, he wouldn't have done so much for the great Buddha Celestial Empire. It's my duty to share Your Majesty's worries, Feng Xiao said respectfully. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. A large number of talented people were mobilized from various major cities and quickly sent to the Central Divine Continent to help Zhao Xianji stabilize the newly conquered territory. Central Divine Continent. In the city lord's residence of a city, Zhao Xianji looked at the news from the imperial court and frowned for a moment. My lord, why do you keep suspecting Feng Xiao? This time, they've completely shed all pretense of cordiality. An official looked at Zhao Xianji and asked, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Feng Xiao. But, Zhao Xianji sighed. Why? Zhao Xianji shook his head and frowned. My lord, Great Zhen and Great Buddha Celestial Empire have started a war. Great Zhen's 4 marshals have divided into 16 armies and are marching towards our army's encampment. What should we do now? The official asked worriedly. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Great Buddha Celestial Empire has never been afraid of anyone. Great Zhen's generals are valiant, but we also have the Emperor's modified people. Since they dare to invade, we'll make them all stay, Zhao Xianji said with a serious look in his eyes. Yes. Pass down my order. 1st Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Hua Guang shouted. Pass down my order. 3rd Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Jin Diu said in a deep voice. Pass down my order. 5th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. In Hentian said coldly. Pass down my order. 6th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Wang Jian shouted. Yes. In the central Divine Continent, a massacre was raging. The armies of the 2 dynasties started to charge for the first time. This war lasted for a month. Both sides suffered casualties. Both sides had their share of victories and losses. Great Zhen's army was unstoppable. However, as Great Buddha Celestial Empire's strategists increased, the speed of the army's advance was slowed down. Just as the 2 armies were in a stalemate. In a valley. Thousands of black-robed men gathered in the valley. The leader stood with his hands behind his back. The thousands of black-robed men bowed respectfully. 1 sword division greets the pavilion master. 2 sword division greets the pavilion master. 9 sword division greets the pavilion master. The 9,000 black-robed men bowed respectfully to the leader. Do you know about this mission? The leader asked indifferently. Yes. Everyone answered. I don't want to see any mistakes. Make any mistakes. The pavilion master said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. Go. The pavilion master said indifferently. Whoosh. The 9,000 black-robed men shot into the forest like 9,000 sharp arrows and disappeared. 2 months later. It was raining heavily. Zhao Xianji was in the city lord's residence. Zhao Xianji looked at the memorials in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly. A group of officials stood in front of him. They were all terrified and uneasy. Reporting. A guard rushed into the main hall. Wu Yun City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting. Another guard rushed into the main hall. Tian City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting. Bad news gathered in front of Zhao Xianji at an extremely terrifying speed. Zhao Xianji's face was ashen. Assassinated? Assassinated? The people I transferred from the imperial court were assassinated one after another? Bastard, bastard Yan Chuan! Zhao Xianji slammed the table and roared. Sir, Yan Chuan is despicable and shameless. This is the act of a villain. An official immediately shouted. Zhao Xianji looked at him coldly. This is war. Zhao Xianji was extremely calm. War was unscrupulous. The act of a villain? Why don't you try being a villain? Sir, this is a premeditated assassination. Not only the talents transferred from the imperial court, but even our army is also being assassinated. What should we do now? An official said anxiously. Let the emperor's modified people protect all the generals. Zhao Xianji shouted. Yes. After Zhao Xianji made some arrangements, he walked to the entrance of the main hall alone. He looked at the sky in the heavy rain and the east with a gloomy face. Yan Chuan is so ruthless. Where did you get so many assassins? Taking the head of an army of 10,000? To catch the bandits, first catch the leader? In the outside world, the heavy rain drifted. And in a courtyard in the city, a group of black-robed men gathered again. Remember, the purpose of this trip is to not panic, the leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Hundreds of black-robed men followed the leader and slowly walked out of the courtyard towards the direction of the city lord's residence. On the street, the people closed their doors. A group of black-robed men walked in the heavy rain to the front of the city lord's residence. Who are you? The guards of the city lord's residence shouted with a gloomy face. Assassins, the leader of the black-robed men said softly. The guards. Wasn't he too direct? Pust. The group of black-robed men immediately drew their swords. In front of the city lord's residence, sword light soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the guards were killed except for one person. Go and report. The leader of the black-robed men walked towards the city lord's residence and said lightly to the survivor. The survivor's face changed and ran towards the city lord's residence. The assassins are here. The assassins are here. Protect the lord and run. The survivor rushed into the city lord's residence and shouted. Around the city lord's residence, there were many assassins patrolling. When they heard the shout, they were stunned. If there were assassins, then there were assassins. Why did he shout as if bandits were here? Did the assassins come knocking on the door? Was this still an assassin? Was there such an arrogant assassin? Countless guards immediately ran over in an aggressive manner. Kill! The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Chapter 1104. The Celestial World, where the World Tree was. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the transcendence of the greater world. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yan Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yan Chuan's face was covered in tears. In the distance, the two immortals playing chess were confused. That kid is crying? He's acting crazy. What's going on? The two immortals were extremely curious. After enduring for several years, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and flew over. Smack! The two landed in front of Yan Chuan. Kid, what's wrong? The red-robed immortal asked. Yan Chuan suddenly woke up and looked at the two. Kid, why are you crying? The white-robed immortal asked curiously. Yan Chuan wiped his tears and smiled. It's nothing. I just thought of something sad. The two immortals were speechless. Kid, did the World Tree say something to you again? The red-robed immortal asked. Yan Chuan immediately understood what the two immortals were thinking. No. Yan Chuan shook his head and refused. No? Then why are you sitting here? You've been sitting here for several years? The white-robed immortal asked. I feel comfortable sitting here. The two immortals. There must be something wrong with this kid's head. The red-robed immortal said. The white-robed immortal nodded. Do the two of you know who Demon King Kong is? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong? The two immortals' expressions changed. The two of you know? Yan Chuan looked surprised. Kid, how do you know about Demon King Kong? The red-robed immortal asked with a frown. I heard many names in the World Tree. This Demon King Kong's name is quite strange, so I asked. Yan Chuan said. The World Tree said that? No wonder the World Tree had recorded so many things. Kid, you are really lucky to be able to hear the voice of the World Tree. The red-clothed immortal sighed. Demon King Kong. He is a descendant of the Kong clan. In the past, the Kong clan was extremely secretive, and very few people knew about them. Only when Demon King Kong appeared did people know about them. Oh? Yan Chuan asked curiously. When Demon King Kong appeared, he single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples. Rumor has it that he was targeted by a Tao god and was killed by that Tao god. Only then did his name disappear. However, Demon King Kong's death implicated the entire Kong family. 10 people from the Kong family fought with the Tao god. I heard that the Tao god returned with heavy injuries. The Kong family's battle shook the world. The red-clothed Immortal said. Kong clan? And the powerful Kong family? Yan Chuan frowned. This Kong family is also very strange. After becoming famous, they actually went into seclusion again. No one knows where they are. The red-clothed Immortal shook his head and sighed. That demon King Kong once single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples? Yan Chuan frowned. Yes, many people say that demon King Kong might be an ancestral immortal. The white-clothed Immortal nodded. Another ancestral immortal? Yan Chuan frowned. After dreaming for so many years, Yan Chuan finally understood that the peak of the world's experts was ancestral immortal. Lotus God Wu Zhao and Goddess Ji Chen were all ancestral immortals. He did not expect Demon King Kong to be one as well. Kid, what else did you hear? The red-clothed Immortal asked. Nothing else, just a series of countless names. Yan Chuan shook his head. The 2 immortals looked at each other helplessly. After the 2 immortals left, Yan Chuan leaned against the world tree again and closed his eyes to sense. Bai Yi's righteousness seemed to have elevated Yan Chuan's state of mind. Great Spirit? Now, that was Great Spirit. Vaguely, Yan Chuan had a guess. He was also called Bai Yi in his previous life. The conversation between the 2 immortals in the world tree also included Bai Yi. Perhaps he was that Bai Yi. And ultimately, he was himself. After a few years, Yan Chuan entered that state again and heard some voices. No, it was more like he saw some images. In the images, it was himself. In a mortal country, he was the ruler. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at his subjects. Wang Jian? Li Si? Kong Daoqiu? Su Fu? Hu Guang? Bai Tu Shi? They are all my subjects in the images? Is this my previous life? They are by my side? Time passed quickly for mortals. Light and shadows flashed by quickly. 1 life later. The next life. A martial arts sect in the mortal world. In the sect, Yan Chuan was the sect master. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Bai Tu Shi, and the others? What's going on? They are in both the reincarnations? The 3rd life? The 4th life? Looking at everything in the images, Yan Chuan fell into a deep silence. Some of the faces had been reincarnating with him. When he reincarnated, they reincarnated as well. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would disappear, but they would appear again in the next life. There had been these people for dozens of lives. Yan Chuan took in a deep breath. World Tree, why is this happening? Is there an image? Tell me. Yan Chuan said softly. Vaguely, Yan Chuan saw the image of an emperor. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the greater world's transcendence. Farewell. My Great Qin. In all directions the subjects were kneeling. Tears streamed down their faces. No. Heavenly Emperor, what am I going to do if you leave? Heavenly Emperor. Countless subjects knelt down, their cries shaking the heavens. In the images, Bai Tu Shi stood up with a long saber in his hand. Heavenly Emperor, Bai Qi is coming. With my heroic spirit, I am even the Heavenly Emperor's fate. If the Heavenly Emperor dies, I die. If the Heavenly Emperor reincarnates, I will follow you. I will live forever. Bai Tu Shi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed the long saber and slashed it across his own neck. Lord Bai. Boom. He cut himself off with the saber. Blood spurted out and Bai Qi fell into a pool of blood. He had committed suicide. White light burst out from his body like a curse. The white light suddenly connected to himself. Yan Chuan clenched his fists. He was deeply shocked by this scene. Curse? Is this a curse? You put a curse on yourself? Yan Chuan looked at him in surprise. Before Yan Chuan could recover from his shock, the subjects in the images stood up one after another. Heavenly Emperor Wang Jian is coming. Heavenly Emperor Su Fu is coming. Heavenly Emperor Meng Tian is coming. Heavenly Emperor Zhao Gao is coming. Heavenly Emperor Li Si will follow you forever. Heavenly Emperor Gui Guzi will follow you forever. Lu Buwei, Heavenly Emperor will follow you forever. For a time, countless subjects committed suicide and fell into a pool of blood. They connected their lives to themselves. Countless subjects fell into a pool of blood, and the ground was dyed red. It was a lofty aspiration to die with the Heavenly Emperor. The world darkened, as if mourning for the subjects of this dynasty. The images showed the capital of the dynasty. Countless people committed suicide in the capital. A large number of soldiers followed. They lived and died together. Looking at the images, Yan Chuan was silent for a long time. In an instant, he understood why this group of subjects had been by his side for so many years after he reincarnated. Looking at the images, Yan Chuan's eyes welled up with tears. He was so touched by these subjects that he wanted to take a closer look at them. With all of you accompanying me, I will never be lonely, Yan Chuan said emotionally. The images slowly disappeared, but Yan Chuan was unable to calm down for a long time. Thinking about the tragic scene in the images, Yan Chuan was deeply shocked. In this life, I will not let this scene repeat itself. In this life, I have returned. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Great Qin? Great Qin? No wonder I always felt a sense of familiarity with Qin. Even my title is Supreme Qin. Qin is the pinnacle. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, World Tree, Mortal, Upper Void Stage 12. How do I break through again? Where is the pinnacle of mortals? Yan Chuan asked with a trace of anticipation. However, this time, the World Tree did not respond. Instead, a green energy slowly surged out of the World Tree and entered Yan Chuan's body. Last time, Yan Chuan had obtained the green energy and completed the universe in his palm. Now, it was happening again? Yan Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. This green energy directly acted on his soul. Instantly, Yan Chuan's soul seemed to have undergone a sublimation and was suffused with a faint green color. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. He sat there for another year. Spring passed and autumn came. Yan Chuan's eyelids moved slightly. I understand now. The 12th mortal level is already the pinnacle. If I want to break through again, the heavenly tribulation will definitely come. If I want to break through again while I am a mortal, I need to use a precious treasure to conceal the heavens and prevent the heavenly tribulation from coming. Only then can I continue to break through as a mortal. Jin Diyu's ancestor was born in the sun and used the sun to conceal the heavens for 1,000,000 years. Yan Chuan sighed emotionally. The green energy you gave me this time is to help me conceal the heavens? I understand now. Thank you, Yan Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, Yan Chuan once again fell into a deep sleep. Yan Chuan finally found a way to break through again. He sank into cultivation. Sealed realm. Central divine continent. Zhao Xianji was escorted by a group of expressionless experts as he flew into the distance. While flying far away, Zhao Xianji turned his head to look at the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion and the 10 floating islands inside were filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were corpses everywhere. At the peak of the City Lord's mansion stood a black-robed man. Below him stood several hundred black-robed men holding blood-stained swords and standing on the corpses. The group of black-robed men watched him leave. Assassin? Is this an assassin? Is there an assassin more tyrannical than this in the world? Zhao Xianji revealed a trace of bitterness. The whole family was slaughtered. This time, Heaven Mending Pavilion had indeed raised the assassin's level to a new level. They watched as Zhao Xianji was taken away by a group of modified humans. The leader of the black-robed men said in a deep voice, "Mission completed. Return." "Yes." Several hundred black-robed men replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The group of black-robed men shot into the rain like arrows and disappeared. At this moment, some citizens in the city opened their doors and looked at the city lord's mansion in fear. Each and every one of them were indescribably shocked. Such an assassin would definitely be remembered by the citizens of the city for life. Chapter 1105. The strategists and generals were constantly being assassinated. The great Buddha Empire's army was already panicking. Although Zhao Xianji had sent some experts modified by the emperor to protect them, the generals were still unsettled. Now that Zhao Xianji was being assassinated, the great Buddha Empire's army fell into panic again. Even though all the generals were surrounded by an iron bucket, they could not help but panic. If the general could not stop the assassination, how could they? Feelings of panic instantly spread through the great Buddha dynasty's army. They panicked and their hearts were not strong enough. The great Jin army took advantage of this. Kill! 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 The great Jin army was unstoppable as they sent out their troops frantically. For a time, the war was one-sided, and the great Buddha Empire's army was losing ground. Zhao Xianji escaped to a safe place. The original messenger system was destroyed by the assassins, and it took him a lot of effort to rebuild it. When he heard the news, Zhao Xianji's face turned ashen. In just 10 days, he had lost 1/3 of what he had seized from the central divine continent. Bastard! Zhao Xianji said in Jiaohu. Zhao Xianji was in Jiaohu. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha city also received the news. The providence above the sea of providence clouds in the 10,000 Buddha city had been increasing for a while, but now it had decreased. Has the front line lost? Feng Xiao frowned. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. The emperor and his officials waited patiently, and finally, the news came. Boom! Kong Mok slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials immediately bowed. Zhao Xianji? He knew that there was an assassination, but he did not take precautions? Instead, he was attacked by a group of assassins? Kong Mok said with an ugly expression. The officials did not dare to speak. Your Majesty, perhaps Lord Zhao has his reasons. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok frowned and looked at Feng Xiao. As soon as the assassination happened, most of the experts transformed by the emperor were sent to various strategists. As for Lord Zhao, there were only a limited number of experts. That was why the enemy was able to take advantage of them. Feng Xiao said. Humph, Feng Xiao, don't explain for Lord Zhao Xianji. Lord Zhao is useless, and that's why we are defeated. Kong Mok Feng Xiao. Yes. Feng Xiao returned to his office. What else did Zhao Xianji say? Kong Mok looked at the other official in the hall. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao said that a large number of our mid-level talents have been assassinated. He wants Your Majesty to send another group of outstanding people to the front lines. The official said. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Feng Xiao suddenly spoke. Kong Mok looked over. Last time, we have already sent a large number of courageous and resourceful officials. Loyal officials are not easy, but courageous and resourceful ones are even more difficult. Last time, this subject has already plundered nearly all of the remaining courageous and resourceful officials. If we send more to the front lines, we will have to send more from the major cities. This will overdraft the middle level of our West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao declared. I think Lord Feng's words make sense. Your Majesty, please reconsider. A group of officials echoed Feng Xiao's words. The other side said anxiously, Your Majesty, the middle forces are the foundation of war. The front lines are fighting and there are only small soldiers and marshals. They can't be commanded well. Your Majesty, we took down Central Divine Continent with much difficulty, we can't give it up. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao has already learned his lesson. This won't happen again. In the court debate the two sides clashed. Kong Mok's face darkened. After thinking for a while, Kong Mok said in a low voice, Feng Xiao, select another 5,000 people and send them to the front lines. Your Majesty, that's my West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao said anxiously. Kong Mok shook his head. Do as I say. Yes. Feng Xiao sighed softly. A large number of courageous and resourceful experts who were loyal to the great Buddhas were quickly sent to the front lines. However, no matter how many great Buddhas there were, could there be more than Great Zhen? In terms of the world's territory, Great Zhen had the resources of 2 divine continents more than the great Buddhas. Moreover, after the world examination, countless knowledgeable people had rushed to Great Zhen. The war continued. Above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the sea of providence clouds dissipated a little every day. Kong Mok clenched his fists, his face darkening. The central divine continent was embroiled in endless battles. This battle lasted for 10 years. Great Zhen's army was as ferocious as tigers and wolves, under the assault of assassins, schemers, and fierce generals. 10 years later, the great Buddha Empire's army was chased back to West Divine Continent. Great Zhen had seized Central Divine Continent. The Eastern expedition had failed completely. In the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, Zhao Xianji knelt in the hall. The officials stood on both sides. Kong Mok sat on the dragon throne, his face dark. You still have the face to come back? Kong Mok said coldly. Your Majesty, please punish me. This official is no match for Great Zhen. Zhao Xianji said bitterly. Kong Mok slapped the dragon throne. He glared at Zhao Xianji. Your expedition to the east caused me to lose 100 million soldiers. That's one thing, but the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's mid-level reserves were all used up by you. You even mobilized a large number of mid-level officials from the West Divine Continent, causing the West Divine Continent's situation to become unstable. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. This official has sinned. Zhao Xianji said bitterly. Trash. Kong Mok said coldly. Kong Mok's cold shout immediately caused many of the officials in the hall to look at him in surprise. Zhao Xianji. In the great Buddha Empire, he used to be second only to one person. Even the great Buddha Empire's promotion was due to Zhao Xianji's betrayal of the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. He should have been the most trusted person of the emperor. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he should have worked hard. What he got in return was the word trash from the emperor. Many officials felt a chill in their hearts. If he treated Zhao Xianji like this, then what about them? Zhao Xianji's face showed a trace of sadness. Kong Mok looked at Zhao Xianji and took a deep breath. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by more disgust. Your Majesty, West Divine Continent lacks mid-level officials. Do you have any good ideas? Feng Xiao stepped forward and asked. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and said, I have already reported this to the Kong clan's old ancestor. The Kong Lu Academy has stepped forward and invited all the capable Kong clan disciples to enter my dynasty and serve in the various cities. Your Majesty is wise. The officials immediately bowed. But it's still lacking. Kong Mok frowned. Feng Xiao suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, do you still remember Lu Xian Pavilion? Oh, Kong Mok said with a frown. More than 100 years ago, my great Buddha Imperial exam was held, but there were many talents who did not pass. After failing the exam, they prepared to leave. I suggested to His Majesty to build a pavilion to retain these talents who failed the exam, so that they could study each other's knowledge, so that they could take the exam next time. Kong Mok immediately had an impression of Feng Xiao's words. Back then, the cost wasn't high, so Kong Mok agreed. Lu Xian Pavilion? Right. Kong Mok said expectantly. Your Majesty, this subject is in charge of Lu Xian Pavilion. There are countless talents in there. They are still lacking in intelligence, but they can easily become mid-level officials. Moreover, their hearts are loyal to the great Buddha. Feng Xiao explained. The eyes of all the officials lit up at Feng Xiao's words. Kong Mok's eyes also lit up. Since they are so capable, why do they fail the exam? Kong Mok asked. Feng Xiao looked at Zhao Xianji and smiled bitterly. Kong Mok immediately understood. Zhao Xianji must have looked down on those people and allowed them to fail the exam. He hated Zhao Xianji even more. Feng Xiao, you have done well. You will be in Lu Xian Pavilion. Quickly select the useful people and fill the vacancies in the various cities and armies of the West Divine Continent. Kong Mok said. This subject obeys. Feng Xiao replied. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The internal crisis of the West Divine Continent had been resolved. The officials all bowed. The internal crisis had been resolved, but the external crisis was extremely severe. The Great Zhen Celestial Empire? The Great Zhen Celestial Empire had the military strength of the 4 divine continents. Kong family, Demon King Kong's Valley. Kong Daoqiu stood outside the valley with 4 immortals. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Old ancestor, all the disciples of the Kong family have been sent, but the destruction of the Kong family is close at hand. Old ancestor. The 4 immortals were anxious. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu, go back. I understand. Old ancestor. Kong Daoqiu tried again. I want you to go back. The Kong family will not be destroyed. Besides the Kong family here, the Kong family has many more powerful disciples in the immortal world. The old ancestor said lightly. Kong Daoqiu and the other 4 immortals broke out in cold sweat after the Grand Ancestor finished speaking. Demon King Kong's meaning could not be clearer. He did not care much about the lives of the Kong family disciples. Yes, old ancestor. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and bowed slightly. He brought the 4 shocked immortals back to Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daoqiu's study, the 5 immortals had ugly expressions. Family head. They looked at Kong Daoqiu. At this moment, the 4 immortals looked at Kong Daoqiu with resolute eyes. Demon King Kong did not care about the lives of the Kong family disciples, but this group of immortals was different. Many of the Kong family disciples were his own descendants. For the sake of Kong Mok's great cause, he did not care about the lives of his own descendants? They could not do that. Everyone, Kong Daoqiu said gravely. Family head, we will listen to you. You are our family head, an immortal said solemnly. The other 3 immortals nodded. Kong Daoqiu smiled and nodded. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yanjing. In front of the Skyward Palace. Yifeng had received all the battle reports from the west. With Yifeng as the leader, the officials looked at Yifeng with excitement in their eyes. Order the 4 great marshals to attack the West Divine Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. Attack the West Divine Continent. Countless officials immediately shouted excitedly. Several Upper Void Realm experts turned into streaks of light and flew to the west. With the power of the 4 divine continents, the great Jin army swept over. Chapter 1106. The Immortal World. At the Tree of World. Buzz. Yan Chuan's body suddenly emitted a bright green light. In the distance, 2 immortals were playing chess. They were distracted. That kid broke through? I can't tell. The 2 immortals were so conflicted that they didn't even realize that they had made the wrong moves. Yan Chuan was in a trance. He didn't know how much time had passed. He slowly opened his eyes. He was still leaning against the tree, looking at the distant sky. I've finally broken through. Perhaps this is called the 13th level of the Upper Void stage. He finally made a breakthrough with the help of the Tree of World. But Yan Chuan frowned deeply. The world tree helped me hide the heavens so that I could break through. However, the heavens are already dead, so is there still a heavens? Yan Chuan fell into deep thought. The heavens were dead, and the heavenly Tao had collapsed. Fate should have lost its effectiveness. However, when Yan Chuan made a breakthrough in his life providence, he vaguely sensed a barrier. If not for the world tree's concealment, it would have been very difficult for him to break through. Perhaps there are still too many things in this world that I don't know. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, Yan Chuan once again sank into cultivation. Sealed world. West Divine Continent. The war between the two dynasties became more and more intense. The Great Jin dynasty used the power of the 4 divine continents to pressure the border. Only the 4 marshals were peerless. Time and time again, he used troops to the utmost perfection. The army was constantly encroaching on the great Buddha's territory. In the pantheon of Buddhas, Kong Mok kept listening to the battle reports coming in from all directions. His expression was extremely ugly. "Your Majesty," Feng Xiao suddenly stepped forward. I feel that the Kong family disciples might not be able to withstand the Great Jin army," said Feng Xiao. Kong Mok asked curiously. "In the end, the Kong clan is not a subject of the great Buddha Heavenly Empire." Feng Xiao frowned. "Ha ha ha, Lord Feng, are you trying to sow discord between His Majesty and the Kong family at this crucial moment?" Zhao Xianji said coldly. Zhao Xianji had long been unhappy with Feng Xiao. At this moment, everyone was united. Feng Xiao wanted to stir up internal strife? With his suspicions of Feng Xiao, Zhao Xianji did not think much about it and directly stood opposite of Feng Xiao. Kong Mok frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, Lord Feng's worries are unnecessary. How could the Kong family turn on us at this time? Yan Chuan and Kong Daoqiu are like fire and water. Furthermore, in the Kong family, it's not Kong Daoqiu who has the final say. It's the Kong family's old ancestor. Even the old ancestor supports His Majesty. What's there to worry about?" Kong Mok nodded. Indeed, all these years, even Kong Daoqiu's every move had been monitored by him. How could he possibly betray him? "Feng Xiao, you worry too much," Kong Mok said. Feng Xiao sighed slightly and left the court with a bitter smile. At this time, everyone thought that Feng Xiao had misspoken. However, no one noticed that Feng Xiao's fists were clenched and trembling slightly. He wasn't disappointed, but rather excited. At this time, Feng Xiao dug another hole. The battle continued. 3 years later, the great Buddha Celestial Empire had lost a large number of generals, and they were all Zhao Xianji's trusted aides. As for De Zhen, the results were mediocre. It was a war where both sides suffered losses. On this day, Kong Mok was cultivating in seclusion. "Lotus Goddess, how much longer do I need?" Kong Mok asked. "Soon, soon." Lotus Goddess's voice came faintly. At this time, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The great Buddha dynasty's Sea of Providence suddenly disappeared by a third. The Providence suddenly disappeared toward the east. "What's going on?" Kong Mok was the first to sense it, and his expression changed drastically. It was fine when the two armies were in a stalemate, but why did it suddenly become like this? Bang! Kong Mok pushed open the door and immediately rushed toward the pantheon of Buddhas. The officials in the pantheon of Buddhas also rushed over. "Your Majesty, this is bad. The Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, and all the Kong family members have defected to De Zhen." Zhao Xianji exclaimed. "Impossible!" Kong Mok exclaimed. "It's true. I deserve to die." Zhao Xianji knelt in front of Kong Mok with a sorrowful expression. "How could this be?" Kong Mok frowned. Who would have thought that Kong Daoqiu had colluded with the great Zhen celestial dynasty long ago? Right now, the 1,000 cities in the north of the West Divine Continent belong to the great Zhen celestial dynasty, and the Kong family fled to the east after the handover. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Zhao Xianji cried out bitterly. At this time, the officials were terrified. 1/3 of their territory was suddenly gone just like that? The pressure brought by De Jin immediately caused many officials to be unable to breathe. Suddenly, some of the officials looked at Feng Xiao. This was because Feng Xiao had once said that the Kong family would rebel, but Zhao Xianji had opposed it. Kong Mok also remembered this. He looked at Feng Xiao and his expression changed. Kong Daoqiu has interacted with De Jin's people? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. No, definitely not. Kong Daoqiu's maids and attendants are all our people. He has never done so. Zhao Xianji shook his head. Never? Kong Daoqiu would gamble with his entire family? Without Yan Chuan's personal reply, Kong Daoqiu would put his entire family in danger? Kong Mok glared. Your Majesty, he really didn't. We have been monitoring Kong Daoqiu. Zhao Xianji cried out. Boom! Kong Mok kicked Zhao Xianji aside, a murderous look in his eyes. Your Majesty, the Kong family has already rebelled. Your Majesty, please make early plans. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and sighed. I regret not listening to my beloved subject. Feng Xiao smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, this subject's words carry little weight. Naturally, some advice would not be taken seriously by Your Majesty. As soon as Feng Xiao spoke, one of the officials behind him stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. In the past, when the great Immortal attacked, it was Lord Feng who advised Your Majesty to resolve the matter with ease. Later on, during the Eastern expedition, Lord Feng repeatedly advised Your Majesty to prioritize the country and not send any mid-level officials or generals to the Eastern expedition. However, there were some scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and bewitched Your Majesty. If not for that, the Kong family would not have acted, and we would not have lost 1/3 of the West Divine Continent. The official said. That's right, Your Majesty. Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. 3 years ago, Lord Feng guessed that there would be a problem with the Kong family and advised Your Majesty to take it seriously. If Your Majesty took it seriously, would there be today's disaster? Unfortunately, there were scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and covered Your Majesty's ears. Lord Feng's advice could not be heard, which led to this disaster. Your Majesty, scoundrels have caused chaos in the country. Another official said. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. If not for Lord Feng building the Lucian Pavilion, our great Buddha Heavenly Empire would have suffered more losses. Another official said, adding insult to injury. In an instant, all the spearheads were pointed at Zhao Xianji. Kong Mok should have been the one at fault, but the officials pushed the blame to Zhao Xianji. This way, Kong Mok would feel less guilty. He immediately looked at Zhao Xianji. He hated Zhao Xianji to begin with. If not for his contributions to the great Buddha Heavenly Empire in the past, Kong Mok would not have wanted to see him. Now that the crime of causing chaos in the country was pushed onto Zhao Xianji, Kong Mok hated him even more. Your Majesty, Feng Xiao is the scoundrel, Zhao Xianji shouted. How dare you? Kong Mok glared at him. An imposing aura spread out. Men, throw this scoundrel into the imperial prison, Kong Mok shouted. Yes. 2 androids entered the main hall. Your Majesty, please forgive me, Zhao Xianji cried out as he was taken away. Minister Feng, I have misunderstood you all these years, Kong Mok said. It is my duty to share Your Majesty's burden, Feng Xiao said. Then what do you think we should do now? Kong Mok asked. Taking back the thousands of cities that we have lost is secondary. First, we have to stabilize the hearts of the people, the army, and the country. Only then can the country resist foreign enemies and even take back everything, Feng Xiao said solemnly. That's right. Kong Mok nodded. Lord Zhao has been in the court for hundreds of years. He has extremely high prestige in the political and military circles. Lord Zhao's trusted aides are in many important positions on the front line. I am worried that if Lord Zhao is sent to the imperial prison, the frontline soldiers will resist and even betray the country. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok's eyes widened. We should replace these people first. Let the great Buddha Heavenly Empire be protected as soon as possible, Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok was also worried. He nodded and said, All right, from today onwards, Feng Xiao will be conferred the title of first-class Great River Duke. He will be in charge of the border defense. All officials, listen to the transfer order. We obey. The officials bowed. I will not disappoint your majesty, Feng Xiao replied. Kong Mok nodded. After the court session, Feng Xiao began to transfer the officials. He kept changing the generals to different positions. Just like that. Half a year later. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Under Lord Feng's command, the Great Buddha Heavenly Empire is basically stable. After half a year, we only lost one city. The officials congratulated. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Feng Xiao more and more. Feng Xiao was also getting more and more used to doing things. He ignored Feng Xiao's work. Kong Mok went to the valley where Demon King Kong was. Ancestor, I implore you to uphold justice. Kong Moku bowed and said. Kong Mok? Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Old Ancestor, I have waited for half a year. You have finally replied. Old Ancestor, the Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu has betrayed us. His entire family has defected to the Great Jin Kingdom and joined Yan Chuan. They have even destroyed 1/3 of our territory. Kong Mok said bitterly. What? Demon King Kong's voice was shocked. Old Ancestor, because of Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, the Great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Please help me destroy Yan Chuan. Kong Mok shouted. There was silence in the valley. Clearly, he was unhappy with Kong Mok's incompetence. Old Ancestor, please kill Yan Chuan. The Great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Kong Mok pleaded again. There was another period of silence. After a while, Demon King Kong's voice came. I understand. Yan Chuan? Demon King Kong replied. Thank you, Old Ancestor. Demon King Kong said. Whoosh. A white light shot into the sky and shot toward the east. Demon King Kong was heading toward Yanjin. Standing at the entrance of the valley and watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Moku coldly smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. Now that Yan Chuan is dead, you old man will definitely suffer even more injuries. The Lotus Goddess said that I will be able to break through soon. When you return, it will be the time of your death. The entire world is mine now. Ha 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 ha. Kong Mok laughed. Chapter 1107. After watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mok returned to his residence. Kong Mok didn't raid Devil King Kong's lair. After all, he didn't know much about Devil King Kong's method. If there were any triggered restrictions in this valley, Devil King Kong would be alerted. Back at the Thousand Buddha Hall, Kong Mok looked at his officials. I will be in seclusion for a while. During this time, Feng Xiao will be in charge of everything. Kong Mok said. Yes. The officials obeyed. Kong Mok went into seclusion. Feng Xiao's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In Feng Xiao's residence. My lord, you are the regent now. What should we do? A subordinate smiled. Replace all the important positions in the remaining 2,000 cities with our people. Replace all the trusted aides of Kong Mok and Zhao Xianji. Feng Xiao said. Yes. Demon King Kong charged towards the East Divine Continent in a fit of rage. Not only for Kong Mok, but also for Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong had never thought that Kong Daoqiu would betray him. He had left with the entire Kong family. How could the descendants of the Kong family ignore him? Although Demon King Kong was injured, he still rushed out of his cave residence. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's speed was extremely terrifying. In just 2 days, Demon King Kong arrived in the sky above Yanjin. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's figure stopped, and a gust of wind blew past, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air and billowing filthy chi. "Array, rise!" A voice suddenly sounded in Yanjin. Then, a huge array suddenly appeared around Yanjin, blocking the storm. Demon King Kong stood in the sky and looked at Yanjin coldly. A large number of officials quickly gathered in the Chaotian Hall. Yifeng, Bai Ditian, and the others looked at a man in a green robe outside Yanjin. The man's face was fair, but there were a few cracks on his face. The man's fingernails were very sharp, like 10 awls, and were slightly curved. He looked at Yanjin coldly. Soon, Demon King Kong saw Kong Daoqiu and a few other deities of the Kong family in front of the Chaotian Hall. Apart from Kong Daoqiu's calm expression, the other immortals all looked somewhat terrified. Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Greetings, ancestor." Kong Daoqiu said with a smile. Seeing Kong Daoqiu's smile, Demon King Kong's face darkened. "When did you start colluding with Yan Chuan?" Demon King Kong asked coldly. Kong Daoqiu smiled and said, "Don't you know? I exposed Kong Mok's collusion with the Lotus Goddess, but you didn't believe me. Instead, you listened to Kong Mok's slander and even cultivated spies around me?" Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. As they spoke, a few Kong clan disciples quickly brought 4 men with disheveled hair over. As soon as the 4 men appeared in the heaven-facing palace square, they immediately saw Demon King Kong. "Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me!" The 4 men with disheveled hair begged for help. Demon King Kong's face darkened. "My disciples, my attendants, my trusted aides. Ancestor, you really put in a lot of effort for me." Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said with pain, "Let me ask you, when did you collude with Yan Chuan?" Demon King Kong asked coldly again. Kong Daoqiu sneered and looked at the 4 men with disheveled hair and said, "Leave." The 4 were shocked. "No matter what, you were once Kong clan disciples. I am the Kong clan head. From the moment you chose to betray me, you were expelled from the Kong clan. For the sake of the bloodline connection, go to Demon King Kong." Scram! Kong Daoqiu roared. "Okay, yes." The 4 fled in panic. "You 4 trash." Demon King Kong coldly looked at the 4 fleeing men. "Ancestor, we have been watching Kong Daoqiu. He has never left our sight." "That's impossible." "Even when he went to the divine sect sacred ground, we followed him the entire time. Kong Daoqiu and Yan Chuan did not form an alliance," the 4 men with disheveled hair said. Kong Daoqiu smiled and shook his head. "There is. It's just that the 4 of you are too trash. Do you still remember? Universe in the palm?" Immediately, everyone reacted. Last time, great immortal Gong Yang Taolu attacked the divine sect sacred ground. After Kong Daoqiu and Yan Chuan helped the divine sect sacred ground, the 2 fought. Yan Chuan used the universe in the palm to suck Kong Daoqiu into his palm. At that time, Li Si also entered. No one knew what happened after being in the palm for a period of time. "Was it at that time? Was it at that time?" the 4 exclaimed. Slap! 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 Demon King Kong slapped the 4 of them at the same time. They covered their faces, not daring to say anything. Turning his head, Demon King Kong coldly looked at Kong Daoqiu. "Are you going to lead your entire family to go against me?" Demon King Kong said coldly. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, "I overestimated you. I've always said that Kong Mok is cold-blooded and will bring the Kong family to eternal damnation. Actually, you're not much different from Kong Mok. You're even willing to sacrifice all the members of the Kong family for Kong Mok? What do you know? I'm waiting for Kong Mok to become a Tao god. The family once calculated that a Tao god would be born among the Kong family members. The Kong family needs a Tao god. Only a Tao god can activate the Heavenly Inquisition token, Demon King Kong said coldly. Heavenly Inquisition token? The Heavenly Inquisition token again? Susu was killed by the Heavenly Inquisition token, Kong Daoqiu shouted coldly. As long as the Heavenly Inquisition token can be activated, all the sacrifices are worth it, Demon King Kong said coldly. The two respected members of the Kong family looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. At the same time, in the south of Yanjing, in a valley, a member of the Kong family was hiding. Kong Outyen hid in the mountain and watched the situation in front of him. A Tao god? Demon King Kong is waiting for me to be born? Why? Kong Outyen frowned. Kong Outyen did not come out to meet him. Clearly, there were many things that he could not control. Kong Outyen waited patiently. At the same time, he looked around the palace. Where's ZZ? As long as I get ZZ, I will leave this world immediately. Kong Outyen took a deep breath and clenched his fist. ZZ was in Xianying Palace, waiting for Yen Chuan to wake up. Soul, come back! Feng Yinyang shouted. Yen Chuan's soul quickly returned from the immortal realm. In the outside world, Demon King Kong looked coldly at the square of Skyward Palace. Since you have all chosen to betray me, then you will be buried with Yen Chuan, Demon King Kong said coldly. Ha ha ha, I told you. Kong Mok has brought disaster to the entire Kong family. Now, even you, the ancestor of the Kong family, have become his free henchman, Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Humph! Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He reached out and slammed his palm toward the entire Yanjin. Thousands of energy palms suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each of them carried the full power of a sky immortal as they bombarded the grand array of Yanjin. Along with these thousands of energy palms was Demon King Kong's main palm strike. It carried the power of heaven and earth as it charged toward Yanjin. Rumble! That earth-shattering aura made Kong Outyen's heart turn cold. Old man, you're really powerful, Kong Outyen said in shock. That palm seemed to be able to destroy the entire Yanjin. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Bai Ditian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Heavenly Tiger Divine Slaughter! Bai Ditian shouted. Endless murderous aura suddenly appeared around Bai Ditian, and it instantly covered the entire Yanjin. Bai Ditian slammed his palm into the sky. A huge tiger's palm appeared in the sky and faced Demon King Kong's main palm. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Walala! The space around them tremored violently, as if the space itself was trembling from the force of the two giant palms. Thousands of energy palms struck the grand array of Yanjin. The grand array of Yanjin was formed by Feng Yinyang using tens of thousands of earth dragon veins. It was extremely sturdy. Rumble! Roar! 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 Dragon roars and cries suddenly came from all directions of Yanjin. Boom! The ground around Yanjin exploded. Outside Yanjin, within 10,000 miles, the ground exploded. Gravel shot into the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even where Kong Outyen was, it was instantly destroyed, forcing Kong Outyen to retreat. Boom! The collision of palms ended. A large number of cracks appeared on the ground under Bai Ditian's feet. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ditian was powerful now, but he was still far weaker than Demon King Kong. His right arm seemed to have been fractured by this palm strike, and it drooped down slightly. As for the grand array of Yanjin, half of it had been destroyed, and only a thin layer was left. Yanjin was in a desperate situation. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong coughed slightly. Yanjing is indeed extraordinary to be able to take one of my palms. However, can they take the second one? Demon King Kong asked coldly. That's right. Yanjin was dead silent. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of a door breaking was heard. Demon King Kong looked over. He saw the door of a palace suddenly open. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the main hall. The footsteps were not heavy, but they felt like they were knocking on one's soul. It was as if every step was stepping on one's heart. Demon King Kong's eyes narrowed as he stared at them. Following the sound of footsteps, a foot slowly stepped out. A figure in a black dragon robe slowly stepped out of the palace. The person who came out was Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan was wearing a crown and the black dragon emperor's robe as he slowly walked out of the Xianying Palace. After walking out of the Xianying Palace, he looked at the sand and rocks around Yanjin. Then, Yen Chuan turned his head and looked at Demon King Kong, who was in the sky to the west. When Yen Chuan looked over, there was a ferocious look on his face. His gaze seemed to have transcended the past and present. Domineering and invincible, Demon King Kong's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Yen Chuan to have such a ferocious look in his eyes. However, Demon King Kong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he didn't lose. He looked over coldly. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 1108. Yen Chuan vs. Demon King Kong. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a murderous aura filled the air. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the official of Great Jin said excitedly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Voices came from all over Yanjing. Yen Chuan was not only the ruler of a country, but also the spiritual leader of the country. The countless worries from before disappeared when they saw Yen Chuan come out. This was also where Yen Chuan's personal charm lay. "As long as I'm here, the sky will never fall." Behind him, in Xianying Palace, ZZ carried Miao and slowly stepped out with Feng Yinyang. They followed behind Yen Chuan. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes in the sky. Yen Chuan's piercing gaze caused Demon King Kong's heart to sink slightly. Suddenly, Demon King Kong remembered what Kong Daoqiu said in the past. A rare commodity worth hoarding? Is this what it means to hoard a rare commodity? But I don't want an emperor to support the Kong family. I just want an emperor to break the shackles of his fate and become a new Tao god. Demon King Kong's eyes turned cold. "Yen Chuan!" Demon King Kong shouted coldly. "Demon Lord of 10,000 palms, Demon King Kong?" Yen Chuan said coldly. "The Great Zhen Celestial Empire is indeed extraordinary, but the time is too short. You can stop me once, but let's see how you can stop me a second time. Demon Lord of 10,000 palms? Heh, since you know, then feel my palms." Demon King Kong said coldly. As he spoke, Demon King Kong struck out again. Last time, the earth within 10,000 miles of Yanjin exploded after the palm strike. Just like before, Demon King Kong slammed his palm with the power that could pierce through Yanjing. In the void, thousands of golden palms rushed toward Yanjing like a meteor shower. As for the main palm, it was scarlet red in color. Under the palm, the void shook slightly. Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he sent a palm strike towards Yen Chuan like a storm. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the palm that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He stomped his foot and stretched out his right hand, sending a palm toward the sky. Starlight suddenly flickered on his right palm. In an instant, countless stars appeared on his palm. As Yen Chuan pushed out his palm, countless stars flew out of his hand and turned into planets, covering the sky above Yanjin. Rumble! The countless planets charged towards the thousands of golden palms. Instantly, the countless golden palms were drowned in the stars. The astral palm formed by Yen Chuan's right palm collided with the scarlet astral palm formed by Demon King Kong. Boom! The two astral palms collided with a loud bang, and an explosion resounded through the 9 heavens. All the clouds in the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles were instantly dispersed. The manifested palm did not disappear. Instead, it remained in a stalemate in midair. Demon King Kong revealed a look of shock. His palm strike had been blocked by Yen Chuan? He caught it in his hand? In the distance, Kong Outian also said in shock, "Freak! How can a mortal be so powerful?" Explode. Yen Chuan widened his eyes. Boom. The two astral palms exploded with a loud bang. The astral palms exploded, and the surrounding stars and golden palms also exploded with a loud bang. Demon King Kong's powerful palm strike was blocked by Yen Chuan with a single palm strike? Demon King Kong stared blankly at the scene with a face full of disbelief. Even if he was seriously injured, how could he not be able to kill a mortal? Yen Chuan did not wait for Demon King Kong. Instead, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "People of Dezhen, listen up. I, Yen Chuan, need your power. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. I will rule the world." Roar. The cloud of providence in Dezhen suddenly let out a deafening roar. Yen Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. It let out a long roar and spread Yen Chuan's voice to all corners of Dezhen. In a city, in a teahouse. It's His Majesty's voice. His Majesty is going to borrow power again. Why is he borrowing power? Is he going to rule the world? His Majesty wants to rule the world. To the surprise of the people, countless people raised their right hands, and a wave of power quickly gathered in Yanjing. The cloud of providence in Dezhen also began to churn. Countless streams of light could be seen shooting over from all directions. This was the power that came from all over the world. It was a boundless power. The people of the 4 divine continents all raised their hands and gathered the power of the world around Yen Chuan. Roar. The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down toward Yen Chuan with all the power in the surroundings. It instantly merged with Yen Chuan. "You're just a mortal. You can't withstand so much power." Demon King Kong's expression changed. The power of the 4 divine continents had indeed exceeded the limits of a mortal, but Yen Chuan's current cultivation level could not be measured by the standards of a mortal. Rumble. Yen Chuan suppressed the explosion of his body and maintained his original appearance. Just the energy overflowing from his body made Yen Chuan's surroundings look extremely blurry. Whoosh! Yen Chuan stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Demon King Kong. "Demon King Kong," Yen Chuan said coldly. Demon King Kong's expression darkened. Looking at the distorted space around Yen Chuan, his expression gradually turned ugly. "The strength of a late-stage great immortal? How did you do it? You're still immortal?" Demon King Kong said in surprise. "Seeing that we share the same bloodline, I'll spare you this time. Get lost to the immortal world." Yen Chuan glared at him. "Bastard, how dare you speak to me like that?" Demon King Kong's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and threw a punch at Yen Chuan. Although Demon King Kong was seriously injured, his strength was still at the late-stage great immortal realm. Naturally, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He punched out, and the fist pressed out like a storm toward Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan's expression turned cold. He stretched out his right palm. Boom! Yen Chuan's palm caught Demon King Kong's fist. The two fists and palms met in the air. Yen Chuan's face showed a trace of malevolence, and he twisted his right hand. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and Demon King Kong's right arm seemed to have been broken. He immediately twisted toward the outside. Bang! Demon King Kong flew backward, looking at Yen Chuan in horror. His right arm was broken? Yen Chuan twisted it? As if this was a great insult, Demon King Kong's face, which was full of cracks, immediately flushed red. Crack! With a twist, he managed to twist his broken right arm back. "I don't believe it. A tiger will be bullied by a dog? You're not even a dog. Open another layer of the seal." Demon King Kong shouted angrily. Crack! 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 More cracks appeared on Demon King Kong's face. The original 4 or 5 cracks became 14 or 15 in the blink of an eye. This power is used to seal your injuries, right? You're using it to fight me? Are you overdrawing on your own injuries? Haha, a battle where both sides are injured? Very well, I'll see how ruthless the all-powerful demon King Kong can be to himself. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom. The two ferocious men clashed once more. High up in the sky, gales raged around the two of them, sweeping up countless rocks and sand from the ground. Rumble. The sky was hazy, and one could vaguely see waves of black and green light rushing out from within. The two experts fought in the storm. The loud sounds of battle seemed to spread throughout the entire East Divine continent in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire East Divine continent trembled as the common folk stopped what they were doing to feel the ferocious might of the attack. In Yanjin, the people were staring at the sky. The officials clenched their fists with anticipation. ZZ was also looking at the sky with Miao in her arms. At the same time, in a sandstorm in the south of Yanjin, Kong Outyen looked at the sky and gasped. Yen Chuan is so powerful. No, if Yen Chuan wins, I'll never get ZZ from him. I'll take this opportunity to get ZZ. Once I get her, I'll go to the celestial realm. Once I get her, I'll leave, Kong Outyen said with a hint of madness in his eyes. Whoosh! Kong Outyen immediately rushed toward Yanjin. In the distance, Feng Yinyang suddenly felt the activation of the array and looked over with a gloomy face. Bastard, activate the array! Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, dozens of formations appeared in the void and blocked Kong Outyen. Break! Kong Outyen struck with his palm. Whoosh! The array was broken. However, this sound had also awakened many overlords in Yanjin. How dare you! Hundreds of guards shouted and rushed toward Kong Outyen. Freeze! Kong Outyen pointed his finger. Buzz! The hundreds of guards froze in the sky. Oh no! Yi Feng's face changed. Kill! Bai Ditian and the other overlords in Yanjin immediately attacked Kong Outyen. In a blink, tens of thousands of blade auras shot toward Kong Outyen. Haha, the heavenly Tao has gathered, and the heavenly Tao is mine alone. Yen Jing, seal it! Kong Outyen shouted. Boom! The entire Yanjin seemed to have been covered by a giant transparent pillar. The pillar was connected to the sky and went straight to the 9 heavens and hell. The pillar was so thick that it covered the entire Yanjin. A tremendous aura burst out from it. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. Countless people immediately felt the urge to kneel down in fear. The heavenly path. An invisible heavenly Tao was manifested by Kong Outyen in a tangible form. The way of the heavens shrouded the entire Yanjin. Everything was immediately confined. The people of Yanjin, the overlords and Bai Ditian all froze. The immense might of the heavenly Tao caused Yen Chuan and Demon King Kong, who were fighting in the sky, to pause for a moment. HM? Yen Chuan raised an eyebrow. A Tao god? A Tao god? Demon King Kong's face changed. Kong Outyen had sealed the entire Yanjin, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned to the sky and shouted, Ancestral Patriarch, I'm a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyen, help me stop Yen Chuan. Wait for me to catch someone in Yanjin. A member of the Kong family? Kong Outyen? You're a Tao god? Not Kong Mok? Not Kong Mok? Demon King Kong's face changed. After that, Kong Outyen charged toward Yanjing. Stop right there! Yen Chuan suddenly shouted and grabbed at Kong Outyen in the distance. Boom! Demon King Kong blocked Yen Chuan with a punch. Ha ha ha, Yen Chuan, I'm here. Don't even think about leaving. Demon King Kong shouted. You're courting death, Demon King Kong. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. Boom! The two experts once again ferociously charged at each other. At this moment, the entire Yanjin was sealed. Everyone was afraid to move, but there was one person who could move. No, to be precise, there was a cat who could move. In ZZ's arms, Meow Meow looked around at the people who had been frozen in place, but it was not affected at all. Meow. ZZ, Feng Yinyang. Don't freeze. Meow shouted anxiously. A strange scene appeared. After the meowing, a strange sound appeared. ZZ and Feng Yinyang suddenly trembled. They could move? He could really move now. Kong Outyen, who was flying from afar, suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Fuck. Chapter 1109. Kong Outyen had locked down the entire Yen gene with the power of heavenly laws. He pounced toward ZZ. However, as the cat meowed, ZZ and Feng Yinyang were suddenly able to move? Another change? Kong Outyen suddenly had the urge to curse. However, there was no time to stop. Kong Outyen pounced toward ZZ at an even faster speed. Reincarnation pool. Feng Yinyang yelled. Buzz! The ground beneath Feng Yinyang's feet suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a pool that was 100 feet wide. Feng Yinyang, ZZ, and Meow all stood at the center of the reincarnation pool. Kong Outyen pounced toward the reincarnation pool and his face suddenly changed color. Ghost Valley Reincarnation Art. Feng Yinyang yelled. Boom! The reincarnation pool that had been calm suddenly turned into two huge waves that rushed toward Kong Outyen. Buzz! Kong Outyen was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Yinyang's body trembled. Impossible! I am a newborn Tao God. No power in this world can trap me! Kong Outyen yelled. His power of heavenly laws seemed to have lost its effect above the reincarnation pool. How could Feng Yinyang know such a strange art? Queen, I can only restrain him for a while. Please do it. Feng Yinyang said. Do it. I am immortal. No one can kill me. Kong Outyen was still very proud even though he was trapped. He had been cut into a few hundred pieces by the fire crow gourd when he was at the immortal state. Kong Outyen didn't believe that ZZ could hurt him. ZZ seemed to have guessed it, so she didn't attack. Instead, she waved her hand and a transparent book appeared in front of her. The book was transparent as if it was formed by energy. The words, Book of Life and Death, were written on the book. It opened the Book of Life and Death. ZZ stared at Kong Outyen and yelled. Kong Outyen, Yu Yenjing dies. As he spoke, a line of words appeared on the Book of Life and Death. Kong Outyen died in Yenjing. Boom! It was as if there was a huge force acting on Kong Outyen's body. Ka 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 ka. Kong Outyen's face suddenly cracked like Demon King Kong's. No, that's impossible. It's used on birth charts? What kind of magic is this? Kong Outyen exclaimed. Heavenly Tao, help me! Kong Outyen cried out in shock. Buzz! Suddenly, a large amount of green light appeared above the heavenly path and rushed toward Kong Outyen, quickly mending the cracks on his face. ZZ frowned. Tao God? Could a Tao God defy this curse? High up in the air, Demon King Kong, who was blocking Yen Chuan, suddenly discovered that Kong Outyen had been suppressed, and his expression changed. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King Kong pounced downwards. Who? Yen Chuan suddenly blocked Demon King Kong. It's your turn now. Do you think you can leave? Yen Chuan said coldly. Get out of my way. Demon King Kong roared. As he spoke, Demon King Kong once again struck at Yen Chuan with his palm. The palm carried a destructive aura, causing the void to tremble. Don't use the same move twice against me. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. This time, he reached out with his left palm and grabbed Kong Mok's right arm. Then, he grabbed it with his right hand and pulled. Rip! With a deafening sound, Demon King Kong's palm energy shattered, while Yen Chuan's right palm energy tore Demon King Kong's right arm off. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere as Yen Chuan savagely tore off Demon King Kong's right arm. Roar! Demon King Kong let out a painful roar. Break! Boom! Demon King Kong's right arm that Yan Chuan tore off exploded into a bloody mist. Yan Chuan! Demon King Kong roared in pain. He reached out and grabbed the bloody mist in the air. I gave you a chance, Yan Chuan said coldly. Meanwhile, below them, Zizi's face darkened when she saw that Kong Outian was recovering. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The Path of Animal, Kong Outian. Zizi flipped to another page of the Book of Life and Death. Buzz. A suction force suddenly appeared on the Book of Life and Death and sucked at the reincarnation pool below. Feng Yinyang was slightly taken aback. Not only Feng Yinyang, but Zizi was also slightly taken aback. The Book of Life and Death could borrow power from the reincarnation pool? What power? An inexplicable force was sucked from the reincarnation pool and was pushed by Zizi toward Kong Outian. Boom! Kong Outian was instantly hit by this inexplicable force, and his body suddenly distorted. Kong Outian screamed in pain. Gradually, Kong Outian's body shrank, and hair grew all over his body. How did this happen? Heaven's Path, help me! Kong Outian screamed. However, the Heaven's Path could not do anything about this change. Kong Outian's body was rapidly changing. Meow, who was on Zizi's shoulder, also widened her eyes. Gorilla? Meow, Kong Outian turned into a gorilla? Gorilla? Meow. Meow screamed. Meow was not the only one. Feng Yinyang and Zizi also looked at Kong Outian in front of them. Had he turned into a gorilla? Roar. The gorilla screamed, and Kong Outian was inexplicably terrified. Change back, Kong Outian screamed. However, Kong Outian could not change back. Buzz. The Book of Life and Death in front of Zizi disappeared. Zizi looked at her masterpiece in shock. Only demonic beasts could transform into humans. How could humans transform into demonic beasts? Kong Outian was so anxious that he was about to cry. He had turned into a gorilla? Oh my God! In the sky, Demon King Kong lost an arm. This was not a big deal. After all, as long as he had time, he could grow another arm with his strength. However, the next scene completely shocked Kong Outian. No, if this continues, all my efforts will be for naught. The Kong family's mission will also be for naught. Demon King Kong's face changed. Unseal again. Demon King Kong roared. Boom! The void around Demon King Kong suddenly shook, and a terrifying power erupted. The cracks on Demon King Kong's face rapidly increased, and in the blink of an eye, they looked like a spider web. Roar! Demon King Kong's power increased sharply, and he struck a palm at Yan Chuan. This time, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The vast power swept over, and even Yan Chuan could not withstand it. Yan Chuan's face darkened, and he reached out his hand to take out the sky-burying coffin. World-suppressing! Yan Chuan roared. With his current strength, he activated the sky-burying coffin, and its power was shocking. Even though Demon King Kong's power erupted again, it was completely blocked. Boom! The two forces collided. Rumble! The entire East Divine Continent was filled with violent rumbling sounds. Demon King Kong was shaken by the sky-burying coffin, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky-burying coffin was too powerful. Demon King Kong did not continue to block it. Instead, he used his back to support the sky-burying coffin, and his remaining left hand reached out to grab Kong Outian. Demon King Kong spat out blood under the sky-burying coffin. In the end, his battle with Yan Chuan ended in defeat. Buzz! Demon King Kong retracted the sky-burying coffin, and he grabbed the gorilla and fled to the west. Yan Chuan, I will come again. I will return the shame of today. Demon King Kong roared unwillingly. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Yen Chuan could see that Demon King Kong was at the end of his rope. He would not be able to maintain this state for long, and because he had mobilized the power of the entire world, he could only maintain this power near Yen Jin, so he was not in a hurry to chase after him. Kong Daoqiu, you dare to betray me? From now on, you are no longer a member of the Kong family. Demon King Kong's voice still came from afar. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Kong Daoqiu's face was gloomy. The Kong family doesn't care about our lives, so I naturally have no attachment to them. I don't care. I will take my mother's surname. From today onwards, I will be called Lu Buwei to show my determination. Kong Daoqiu's voice came from afar. Bastard! Demon King Kong left one last voice and disappeared from Yen Chuan's sight. Yen Chuan turned to look at Kong Daoqiu. Lu Buwei? Yen Chuan took a deep breath. He was slightly surprised. Greetings, Your Majesty, Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood Kong Daoqiu's intention. Kong Daoqiu was not only angry, but also for himself. Kong Daoqiu wanted to cut off all ties with Yen Chuan in the past. It was not convenient for him to continue using the identity of Kong Daoqiu. After all, in terms of bloodline, he was still Yen Chuan's grandfather. If he did that, it would be difficult for Yen Chuan to deal with him. But now, he was using Lu Buwei to shut the mouth of the world. Yen Chuan nodded. The crisis in Yen Jin was immediately resolved. Long live His Majesty! The people of Yen Jin immediately cheered. Their excitement was indescribable. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The entire Yen Jin was cheering. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, My people, I just said that I'm going to use the power of the people in the world to unify the world. But I haven't unified the world yet. The people of Yen Jin were stunned. Yen Chuan waved his hand. Boom! The entire land of Yenjing shook violently, and a huge Yenjing city suddenly floated up. The ground cracked and the city floated in the sky. All the people looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know what Yen Chuan was going to do. I've said that I'm going to unify the world. Now, all the people of Yenjin, follow me to the West Divine Continent. We'll destroy the great Buddha Empire and unify the world. Yen Chuan shouted. Boom! The Sea of Luck, Yenjin City and Yen Chuan quickly flew to the west. The speed at which Yenjing City was flying towards the west was increasing, and the citizens were slowly recovering from their shock. His Majesty is going to bring the entire Yenjin City to the West Divine Continent and unify the world? The entire Yenjin City? Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Excited shouts came from all directions like a tsunami. Yen Chuan stepped on the entrance of the Chaotian Palace and flew to the west with the entire Yenjin City in front of everyone's excited eyes. No one knew. In fact, there was a group of deities in the north of Yenjin City. They were the deities from the Great Qi Sacred Court. One of the three grand deities was killed by the deity Killing Gourd, so there were only two left. They were deity Tianyi and deity Deer. The group of immortals watched numbly as the city flew towards the west. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, you said that Yen Chuan was just lucky and there's nothing to worry about, right? Is that so? Earth 2 asked in a daze. Deity Tianyi. Chapter 11:10. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong held a huge gorilla in his hand as he flew towards the west. He coughed as he flew. Cracks spread across Demon King Kong's face like a spider web. His injuries were incurable. He had never been in such a sorry state before. And this was caused by a mortal in the sealed world. In the past, although Sha Di and Jing Ting were strong, they had never put him in such a sorry state. One of his arms was torn off? All the Kong family disciples who were loyal to him had betrayed him? Yen Chuan. Demon King Kong's eyes flashed with depression. The gorilla below him was still Jiaohu. Change back, change back. Power of the heavenly Tao, restore. Restore. Along the way, Kong Outyin kept shouting, but no matter what method he used, he could not change back. No, no, I don't want to be a gorilla, I don't want to. Kong Outyin wailed. No matter how much Kong Outyin shouted, he could not change back. Demon King Kong looked at Kong Outyin and suddenly realized that he was not the unluckiest one. Stop shouting! Demon King Kong shouted. Ancestor, can you change me back? You will definitely be able to turn me back. Kong Outyin seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. You are cursed, Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. What curse? Why is it so abnormal? Ancestor, you must have a way, right? Kong Outyin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Even with your Tao divine body, you can't break it. It seems that this curse is indeed strange. Wait until we return to the immortal world and let the elders take a look. Maybe they can break it. However, don't get your hopes up. There are not many people in the world who can break a curse that even a Tao divine can't break. Demon King Kong shook his head. Then, let's go to the immortal world. Quickly, quickly. Kong Outyin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Wait a little longer. I have to go back and take something. Demon King Kong said. Take what? Kong Outyin asked curiously. The Seeking Heaven token. Demon King Kong said. The Seeking Heaven token? I've heard that back then, my father participated in the competition, but in the end, he was eliminated by Kong Susu. Why do you want the heaven-seeking medallion? Kong Outyin asked in confusion. The heaven-seeking token is for the Tao God, which means it's yours. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Oh? What's the use of the heaven-seeking token? Kong Outyin asked curiously. Cough, cough, cough. You'll know when you get it. Your body has become a gorilla. Where's your strength? Demon King Kong asked. Power? I'm still a Tao God, but this image… Kong Outyin was at a loss. It's good that you're still a Tao God. I'm heavily injured, so I won't have much strength left to fight for the heaven-seeking token. Take the heaven-seeking token, and we'll immediately head to the immortal realm. We'll go to your family and undo your curse. Demon King Kong said. All right. Kong Outyin nodded. Even he, a Tao God, could not solve it, let alone others. However, having hope was better than having no hope at all. Their speed was extremely fast, and they returned to the vicinity of the Kong clan in just 2 days. Demon King Kong waved his sleeves at his cave abode. Boom! Everything in the cave was swept up into his sleeve. Picking up the items, the two of them headed for the 1000 Buddha City. In the 1000 Buddha City, in a secret hall, Kong Mok sat cross-legged, and a white lotus flower floated above his head. Kong Mok's muscles seemed to be trembling. His bones made a cracking sound. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Kong Mok's body, and a storm suddenly appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there was a protective array. Lotus God, I've finally broken through. Am I invincible in this realm? Kong Mok said excitedly. You've broken through? Invincible? Not necessarily. I hope Demon King Kong returns with serious injuries. Lotus God's voice slowly sounded. Just as Kong Mok was getting excited. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly came from outside the hall. A powerful enemy is invading? Kong Mok was slightly taken aback. Kong Mok quickly opened the door of the hall and stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras coming from the north. He turned his head and saw the one-armed Demon King Kong and a gorilla standing in midair. A gorilla? Demon King Kong was slightly confused, but he quickly stared at Demon King Kong. At this moment, Demon King Kong's face was full of cracks. He was obviously injured to the extreme. Kong Mok's eyes lit up with joy. A large number of officials quickly ran over. Your Majesty! The officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at Demon King Kong. Ancestor, did Yen Chuan die in your hands? Yen Chuan? Demon King Kong and the gorilla's expressions turned ugly. Die. Damn it, they were almost killed by him. Kong Mok, where is the heavenly token? Demon King Kong asked in a deep voice. Heavenly token? Kong Mok was slightly stunned. With a flip of his hand, Kong Mok took out an octagonal purple token. On one side was the word Ask, and on the other side was the word Heaven. The design and material of the heaven-seeking token were almost exactly the same as Yen Chuan's. Kong Mok looked at the heavenly token and frowned slightly. Ancestor, I have studied this heavenly token for hundreds of years, but I can't figure it out. What is the use of this heavenly token? Why do I feel that it is just a token made of purple copper? Purple copper? How can you know the intricacies of the heavenly token? Give it to me. Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. Kong Mok raised his eyebrows, somewhat reluctant. However, he really couldn't figure out this heavenly token. Was it really just ordinary purple copper? With a trace of curiosity, Kong Mok tossed the heavenly token to the sky. Demon King Kong reached out and caught it. Demon King Kong's expression changed. What's wrong? Kong Mok stared at Demon King Kong in confusion. This material? Something's wrong, something's wrong. Activate it. Demon King Kong handed the heavenly token to the gorilla. The gorilla took it and activated it. Boom! The token exploded. Demon King Kong and Kong Mok both widened their eyes. This is fake. This is not the heavenly token. Kong Mok, where is the heavenly token? Demon King Kong suddenly exclaimed. Fake? It's actually fake? I know, Kong Susu. That bitch Kong Susu still has the heavenly token. I was wondering why I couldn't figure out the heavenly token after all these years. So it's just a fake. Kong Mok's expression suddenly changed. Kong Mok was instantly furious. However, Demon King Kong did not think so. You still want to quibble in front of me? Humph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and struck toward Kong Mok. With one strike, 100 golden palms appeared in the air and slammed toward Kong Mok. In the past, when he faced Yen Jing, he could send out thousands of golden palms with a single strike. Now, he could only send out 100. It was obvious that his injuries were extremely serious. Humph. Do I still need to lie to you? Kong Mok's eyes flashed coldly. As he spoke, he met the attack with his palm. Kong Mok sent out a huge energy palm. The energy palm was so huge that it instantly covered Demon King Kong's 100 energy palms. Boom! A loud explosion rang out above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, and a storm swept in all directions. The two men's palms collided, and they were evenly matched. Cough, 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 cough. Demon King Kong coughed and his face darkened. Gather the heavenly path. Freeze. The gorilla pointed at Kong Mok. Hum. The void around Kong Mok suddenly seemed to have been sealed. Kong Mok was immediately imprisoned. You want to take my things? The gorilla said angrily. Kong Mok, who was imprisoned, was not too nervous. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared above his head. Lotus God, give me power! Kong Mok shouted. Hum! Kong Mok's power skyrocketed, and a terrifying force seemed to be evaporating the shackles around him. Boom! The space suddenly exploded and turned into countless crystal shards. Lotus God. Demon King Kong's expression changed. Lotus Deity. The gorilla also let out a cry. It's true. Kong Daoqiu is telling the truth. You bastard, you colluded with the Lotus God? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Run. Ancestor, run. It's the Lotus God. The gorilla's reaction was even more intense. You want to run? It's too late. I still need 2 more puppets. Wait for me to refine them. Ha! Kong Mok laughed. He reached out his hand and a golden light suddenly appeared in the void. The golden light wrapped around the two of them. Heavenly Path, help me! The gorilla roared. Boom! The scene in Yen Jin appeared again. A vast heavenly path reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, imprisoning the entire city of Thousand Buddha. Kong Mok's attack also paused for a moment. Go, go, go! Lotus God, Lotus God! The gorilla roared. He sliced through the void and a crack suddenly appeared. He grabbed Demon King Kong and threw himself into the crack. Boom! Kong Mo's face darkened as he shattered the shackles on him. I was careless. They almost escaped to the celestial realm? Kong Mok said with a gloomy face. It's not almost. You can't stop them. Lotus God's voice sounded. Huh! Kong Mok was puzzled. Demon King Kong's foundation is injured. He might not be able to escape from you, but you can't do anything to that gorilla. Lotus God said lightly. Why? He's a Tao God. Lotus God said. A Tao God? It has something to do with the heavenly path? Kong Mok was puzzled. Yes. Back then, I killed Song Tian and destroyed the heavenly path. That's why these Tao gods would be so scared when they hear my name. However, he's still a Tao God. Although he can't defeat you, it's easy for him to escape, because the heavenly path is helping him. Lotus God said. Kong Mok was extremely shocked. Song Tian was killed by Lotus God? The heavenly path was destroyed by Lotus God? Is that for real? How powerful is Lotus God? Middle Divine Continent. Yen Chuan stepped on the entire Yen Jin and continued to fly toward the West Divine Continent. Yen Chuan was already very fast, but he still had to carry a city, so he couldn't catch up with Demon King Kong's speed. Wherever he went, he was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. No one saw it clearly and no one knew that the capital of the great celestial empire flew over their heads. After half a month of flying, Yen Jin finally crossed the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent and entered the territory of the West Divine Continent. They slowly slowed down and entered the West Divine Continent. At the same time, Yen Jin officially entered the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Roar! Roar! In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the Golden Dragon of Providence was extremely irritable. It roared and looked to the east as if it felt a great threat. Chapter 11:11. Rumble. The fortune energy in the city of Buddhas was churning. At this moment, almost all the officials and commoners looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Kong Mok's statue had already turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of luck. The golden dragon of luck kept roaring towards the east, as if it was angry and frightened. This had never happened before. In the prison, Zhao Xianji guarded the bars alone. On the wall of the cell, there was a lot of scribbles on the wall. If an official saw it, he would know what was written on the wall. Feng Xiao's path to promotion. From the first time he was beheaded, he became more and more powerful. To this day, he had the power to overturn the imperial court. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. No, why would Feng Xiao be in the court? Back then, there were 10 officials as substitutes, and Feng Xiao was not qualified to be in the court. However, the other 9 were in a different situation. No one saw them after that. Is there a force helping Feng Xiao? Zhao Xianji's eyes lit up. He seemed to have analyzed something. Last time, when great deity Gong Yang Taolu attacked, Feng Xiao took the risk out of desperation? This was not a fluke, it was Feng Xiao's ability. He did have the courage. And this courage made me jealous, so I couldn't stay calm when dealing with him? Zhao Xianji analyzed. During the East expedition, Feng Xiao cooperated with me again and again? Let me be a villain in vain? That's not right, that's not right. The people Feng Xiao sent to my Eastern expedition are all my trusted aides, all of them are His Majesty's die-hard loyalists. Those new officials did not have a sense of belonging to the great Buddha, and Feng Xiao did not send any of them to help me. He did not let them train? Zhao Xianji's face darkened. Feng Xiao sent all the loyal officials to the great Buddha to the front line to die? Zhao Xianji's face darkened. Feng Xiao knew about Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, but he only reported it when I was hostile to him. He deliberately let me refute him in order to frame me. If he was really loyal to the great Buddha, with his power, he could have remonstrated again, and even sent people to supervise the Kong family disciples. But he did not, he knew. Zhao Xianji broke out in cold sweat. This is a conspiracy? Is this a conspiracy? Zhao Xianji reacted. What a powerful Feng Xiao. Back then, he was just a silk pant. Who would have known that he would have such schemes and courage? Zhao Xianji said in shock. I want to see His Majesty, I want to see His Majesty. Zhao Xianji shouted to the jailer in the distance. Shut up. The jailer shouted from afar. You still want to see His Majesty in the imperial prison? What a joke. The prison guard said disdainfully and continued to drink and eat with the other prison guards. Seeing that the jailer ignored him, Zhao Xianji immediately ran to the iron window. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Zhao Xianji roared, but this place was too far away from the palace. Roar, roar. A series of dragon roars were heard, causing Zhao Xianji's face to sink. Too late? It's too late? Zhao Xianji exclaimed. In the outside world, in front of the pantheon of Buddhas, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at the golden dragon of providence with a gloomy expression. He waved his hand lightly. Swish! 10 streaks of light rushed to the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind Kong Mok, Feng Xiao looked at the 10 streaks of light in surprise. Those 10 streaks of light were too fast. It was obvious that Kong Mok had his own backup plan. Feng Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he stood quietly behind Kong Mok. Rumble! The sea of providence continued to churn. Kong Mok's face sank. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 days later. Swish! 10 figures quickly flew back and landed in front of Kong Mok, kneeling on one knee. Those were 10 men. However, right now, all of them had lifeless expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were all bald. Monk? That's the Bodhi Buddha? The Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? Feng Xiao looked at the 10 bald men in surprise. Your Majesty, the great perfection Celestial Empire and Yen capital are slowly flying over. The Bodhi Buddha said stiffly. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes. Modified humans? 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? I understand now. No wonder those monks disappeared after the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground collapsed. There was no trace of them in the entire world. So, they were all refined into puppets by His Majesty. Feng Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Feng Xiao had seen many modified humans. There were many modified humans in the great perfection Celestial Empire. All of them had one thing in common. They didn't have self-consciousness. They were refined into puppets, and their original strength had increased greatly. Feng Xiao took a deep breath. There were also many officials in the great perfection Celestial Empire, such as Zhao Xianji, whose cultivation had increased, but they didn't completely transform into puppets. Seeing these puppets, Feng Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He had a deeper understanding of Kong Mok's coldness. An entire holy land had been completely refined by him. Yen capital? Kong Mok raised his eyebrows. The Bodhi Buddha waved his hand and used a spell to quickly condense an image. In the image, a huge city was slowly flying over. In the image, the golden dragon of great perfection Celestial Empire roared. In the image, Yen Chuan stood in front of the skyward palace. Great perfection? Yen Chuan? Kong Mok's face darkened. A murderous look flashed in Kong Mok's eyes. At the same time, he was also shocked. Kong Mok had thought about the war between the two countries, but he had never thought that the war would come so early. Were the kings fighting each other so early? Humph! Kong Mok snorted coldly. Kong Mok flicked his sleeves and looked coldly to the east, waiting patiently. The officials of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire were in an uproar. They were shocked by the drastic change at this moment. One day later, finally, a huge city slowly floated over from the east. The city was secondary. The providence that filled the city was terrifying. Although they were both from the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, the providence of Great Perfection was 6 to 7 times more than that of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. The surging providence gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it from afar. From afar, one could see the officials and generals of Great Perfection Celestial Empire in front of the Skyward Palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Yen Capital landed on the ground. Ghost Valley Dragon Shifting Technique. Dragon Vein, come! Feng Yinyang shouted. Rumble! The ground suddenly churned. Mountains rose from the ground, and dragon vein after dragon vein gathered toward Yen Capital in the blink of an eye. Yen Capital and the 10,000 Buddha City looked at each other from afar. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok faced each other from afar. Yen Chuan, how dare you? How dare you enter the territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire with an entire city of people? Kong Mok shouted coldly. The territory of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire? Ha 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 ha. Yen Chuan laughed. Kong Mok's face darkened. Citizens of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Kong Mok shouted. As he shouted, Kong Mok slowly flew into the sky. Roar! With a dragon roar, Kong Mok's voice spread across the Great Perfection Celestial Empire along with the Golden Dragon of Providence. Cultivators of the 10,000 Buddha City, listen up. I, Yen Chuan, am here to destroy the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. I will give you one more chance. Those who are willing to surrender to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire will not be held accountable. Those who are still unwilling to surrender will be treated as enemies of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yen Chuan shouted. Yen Chuan, how dare you? Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Kong Mok, do you still remember what I said? One day, I will tear you into pieces in front of the world. Yen Chuan shouted and slowly stepped forward. The two emperors floated in the air and looked at each other coldly. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed recently, so he was no longer afraid of Yen Chuan. However, many citizens of the 10,000 Buddha City were afraid of Yen Chuan and the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. As long as one was not blind, one would know that the Great Perfection Celestial Empire occupied 4.5 of the 5 divine continents. The Great Perfection Celestial Empire only had half. What? How were they going to fight? Many citizens defended the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, but there were also citizens who fled the city in fear. They fled toward Yenjin. How dare you? Kong Mok glared. Before Kong Mok could make a move, one of his subordinates had already started shouting. Bastard! Royal Guards, follow me and capture these traitors! Feng Xiao suddenly roared. Feng Xiao led some of his officials and soared into the sky. A large number of royal guards followed behind them as they flew out of Yenjin as if they were going to capture traitors. Kong Mok frowned slightly. He was gratified by such a loyal official. At the same time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Feng Xiao flew at the front. However, he did not capture the traitors. Instead, he flew straight into Yenjin. Feng Xiao. Kong Mok's expression changed. Whoosh! Feng Xiao landed in front of the Chaotian Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao bowed to Yen Chuan. Kong Mok, who was standing in the distance, could not wrap his head around this. The impact on the civil and military officials in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall was even greater. Feng Xiao had betrayed them? The Great Buddha Empire? Ha ha ha, is this also the Great Buddha Empire? Yan Chuan laughed. Then, Yan Chuan's face became serious. Great Zhen Army, take over the West Divine Continent. His loud roar resounded across the world along with the luck. The marshals of the West Divine Continent suddenly charged into the battlefield. At the same time, loud cheers were heard from the cities of the Great Buddha Empire. The city lord of Sanxian City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Zhen Empire. Long live your majesty! The city lord of Wuxing City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Zhen Empire. Long live your majesty! In an instant, countless cities in the West Divine Continent submitted to the Great Zhen Empire. The flags of the cities kept changing. In an instant, the entire West Divine Continent was in a mess. In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddha, the original luck was gathering in the direction of Yanjin at an extremely terrifying speed. More and more luck was flowing out. The golden dragon of the city of 10,000 Buddha also slowly turned ethereal and let out a cry. Roar! How can this be? How can this be? Countless citizens and officials were terrified. Kong Mok also looked at the sky in shock as if this was a dream. In the distance, Yan Chuan looked at Kong Mok coldly and said, "You're still far from being an emperor. You even made the most basic mistake of using people. You don't deserve to be an emperor." "No, no, this is impossible. Feng Shao, it must be you, Feng Shao," Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Feng Shao smiled at Kong Mok and bowed. This bow was originally a show of respect, but in Kong Mok's eyes it was so sarcastic. Fake, everything was fake. Chapter 11-12. After the Kong family's betrayal, the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty still had about 2,000 cities. However, Feng Shao had been hiding in the West Divine Continent for hundreds of years. His men had spread all over the West Divine Continent. Since the start of the expedition a few decades ago, Feng Shao had already taken control of the logistics. Most of the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's loyalists had been sent to the front lines, and the remaining cities had been replaced with Great Zhen's men. Half a year ago, Feng Shao had taken over the reins of power and carried out a thorough purge. Following Yan Chuan's order, 2,000 cities fell. In the blink of an eye, the banners of the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were replaced. Only a few hundred cities still belonged to the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty. However, these cities were also embroiled in internal strife. The Great Zhen's army and the four marshals were also attacking these cities. Roar! The Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's golden dragon wailed. Kong Mok's attempt to mobilize the people's strength failed. Even if the people raised their hands, they wouldn't be able to gather enough strength. Furthermore, the cities that were loyal to the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty were embroiled in internal strife. Who would be willing to let themselves be powerless? The Golden Dragon's providence grew weaker and weaker. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the providence above the sea of clouds was drained clean. The entire 1,000 Buddha city fell into panic. What should we do? What should we do now? Whether it was the people or the officials, they were all panicking. Mobilizing the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty's power had failed. Kong Mok glared at Feng Shao with resentment. Feng Shao, why? Why? You are my most valued subject. Why did you betray me? Your father was killed by Yan Chuan, but you joined the Great Zhen Heavenly Dynasty? Why? Kong Mok roared at Feng Shao. Feng Shao's face was suddenly filled with hatred. Why? Kong Mok, do you really think that I don't know how my family was destroyed? Yes, His Majesty killed my father. This is the excuse I've been using to clear my name in front of you. However, why did he kill my father? Don't I know? It was you, Kong Mok, Zhao Xianji, who sent people to the Day sect. In order to take control of the Day sect, he forced my father to kill my grandfather to prove his loyalty. Otherwise, he would destroy the entire Day sect. Ha ha ha, What a ruthless declaration of allegiance. Killing one's father with one's own son? My grandfather was willing to be killed by my father in order to save the entire sect. Just based on this, you, Kong Mok, and Zhao Xianji are my Feng clan's sworn enemies. If my father doesn't listen to you, then only death awaits him. However, my father killed his own father and seized the sect. That was worse than death. In the end, when His Majesty decided to take over the Day sect, he ordered my father to commit suicide. But in the end, my father committed suicide. My father's heart was as heavy as the sky. In the end, he committed suicide willingly. I still remember father telling me, "Don't learn from me, don't learn from me." Father used his death to wash away his sins. But as a son, he would never forget this grudge. Although I have a grudge against His Majesty, it is not a grudge. To you and Zhao Xianji, it is a grudge of killing my father and exterminating my clan. Feng Xiao shouted through gritted teeth. When Feng Xiao spoke of this bone-deep hatred, the officials in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For such a great grudge, Feng Xiao had actually forced himself to endure it all these years and become a traitor? Constantly kowtowing and enduring humiliation? Just how much willpower and patience did he have to endure this? Before heaven-facing hall, Yi Feng and all the other officials looked at Feng Xiao at this moment, and their eyes flashed with admiration. When Kong Mok heard Feng Xiao's rebuke, he immediately understood everything and his face darkened. So, we were wrong about you. Zhao Xianji was the one who was loyal to us. Zhao Xianji complained about you many times, but we didn't take it seriously. Ha ha ha, you are the traitor. Zhao Xianji is our loyal subject. Kong Mok said with a hint of resentment. Zhao Xianji is indeed loyal to you. For you, he was on the brink of death several times. For you, he even betrayed his faith and the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. In the entire great Buddha dynasty, only Zhao Xianji is loyal to you. To pull Zhao Xianji down, I spent a lot of effort. Ha ha ha, I know that even if Zhao Xianji commits a grave mistake, you will not kill him. But as long as he loses power, that is enough. Feng Xiao said coldly. Kong Mok's expression changed. He turned his head to look at a building in the distance. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Boom! The roof was blasted open, revealing countless people dressed in prison uniforms. In a corner, Zhao Xianji's entire body was ashen. He hugged the bars and screamed. Whoosh! Kong Mok grabbed Zhao Xianji. Zhao Xianji looked like he was on his last breath. His Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Be careful of Feng Xiao. Zhao Xianji called out weakly. It's useless. I gathered countless poisonous things in the world to refine this immortal vanquishing powder. Zhao Xianji will definitely die. Feng Xiao said coldly. Kong Mok reached out and poured energy into Zhao Xianji's body. Puff! Zhao Xianji spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Ha ha ha, when the heavens commit a sin, one can survive. When one commits a sin, one cannot survive. Immortal vanquishing powder? Ha ha, Kong Mok, you killed Zhao Xianji yourself. Feng Xiao roared. As he roared, tears welled up in Feng Xiao's eyes. Father, grandfather, can you see this from the heavens? I have avenged you. Feng Xiao raised his head and roared. Zhao Xianji was dead. Kong Mok was not too sad, but he was furious. He was so angry that he was about to break down. The vast celestial dynasty was destroyed in the hands of Feng Xiao alone? Feng Xiao, die! Kong Mok roared and hit Feng Xiao with his palm. In the air, Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Humph! He reached out and hit Kong Mok with his palm. Boom! The void trembled and Kong Mok was sent flying. Kong Mok, do you think you can touch my subjects? Yan Chuan said coldly. Lotus God, lend me your power. I want infinite power. Kong Mok roared. Buzz! A white lotus suddenly appeared above Kong Mok's head. Kong Mok's body suddenly shone with white light. Boom! Kong Mok's back bulged. In the blink of an eye, A pair of huge white wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. As the white wings flapped, the void looked like it was raining goose feathers. Kong Mok's power suddenly skyrocketed. "Saint Lotus Army!" Kong Mok shouted. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, 10,000 bald cultivators suddenly flew over. The 10,000 bald cultivators all exuded a soft white light. These are the modified people. All the original experts of the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground have been modified and refined into puppet. Each of them has extraordinary strength, but they do not have self-consciousness. Feng Xiao shouted. "Spread your wings!" Kong Mok shouted. Boom! Like Kong Mok, a pair of huge white wings appeared on each of the 10,000 bald cultivators' back. Waves of powerful energy spread out and swept in all directions. The powerful energy seemed to have given the entire city of 10,000 Buddhas a cardiac stimulant. The officials and citizens who were originally panicking suddenly felt a lot more at ease. "I will stop Yan Chuan. Saint Lotus Army, kill everyone in Yanjin. Leave no one alive!" Kong Mok roared. "Yes!" The 10,000 bald cultivators answered immediately. In the sky, Yan Chuan looked coldly into the distance. He waved his hand gently. Rumble! In Yanjin, a group of armored soldiers appeared in a square. This group of soldiers were all equipped with long swords and crossbows. The leader was Tan Lang, the terracotta army of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and Tan Lang immediately obeyed the order. In the sky, Yan Chuan looked at the city of 10,000 Buddhas and said, "Everyone in the city of 10,000 Buddhas, except for Kong Mok, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will die." The citizens of the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately ran out of the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Even some officials were running away, but some officials were still waiting with hope. It was the final choice between life and death. "Kill!" Kong Mok ordered. The Saint Lotus Army flapped their wings, grabbed their long swords and charged towards Yanjin. Kong Mok even charged towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan snorted coldly and extended his hand to grab Kong Moku. Boom! Kong Moku was once again pushed back 1,000 feet by Yan Chuan's claw. His protective shield was broken in an instant and 5 claw marks appeared on Kong Moku's face. "That's all you got," Yan Chuan said coldly and charged towards Kong Mok. On the other hand, Tan Lang saw the Saint Lotus Army charging towards them. He also gave an order. "Crossbows, get ready. Fire!" Boom! 3,000 divine arrows shot towards the Saint Lotus Army like 3,000 shooting stars. Boom! 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 2,000 members of the Saint Lotus Army exploded in midair. "No, impossible. My Saint Lotus Army has the strength of a mortal deity." "All of them?" Kong Mok exclaimed. "The strength of a mortal deity?" 10,000 Saint Lotus Army soldiers were equivalent to 10,000 deities. More than 2,000 of them died in one round? "Crossbows, get ready. Fire!" Tan Lang shouted again. Boom! Another round of terrifying arrows rained down. Boom! 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 Another 2,000 Saint Lotus Army soldiers exploded on the spot. "Impossible! Impossible!" Kong Mok exclaimed. The Saint Lotus Army was his strongest trump card, the 10,000 deities. In Kong Mok's eyes, it was more than enough to conquer the world. Even if he was at the end of his rope, he could still make a comeback. How could this be? Saint Lotus Army? Mortal deity? I forgot to mention. In terms of strength, every soldier in my terracotta army is at least a Xian deity. Yan Chuan said coldly. "No, impossible!" Kong Mok exclaimed. "Nothing is impossible. Die!" Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and attacked Kong Mok again. Kong Mok's face changed. "Lotus deity, it's not enough. It's not enough. As you wish." Lotus deity's voice could be heard. Boom! More energy was channeled into Kong Mok. In an instant, a huge energy shield was formed around Kong Mok. It blocked another attack from Yan Chuan. In the endless holy white light, Kong Mok's back suddenly bulged again. Another pair of huge white wings appeared. 2 pairs of wings appeared on Kong Mok's back. Kong Mok's strength also skyrocketed. Chapter 11-13. 2 pairs of wings. Around Kong Mok, a white energy halo suddenly appeared, his aura soaring to the sky. With a flip of his hand, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yan Chuan. As the saber slashed down, a vast saber light appeared in the void and slashed towards Yan Chuan. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and punched towards the sky. Boom! The fist energy collided with the saber radiance and blocked the saber radiant. Yan Chuan's other hand suddenly appeared on Kong Mok's chest. Boom! With one punch, Kong Mok's chest caved in. Immediately, he was sent flying. "No, that's impossible!" Kong Mok exclaimed. It was too straightforward. He had already used the power of the Lotus God for the second time. How could this be? Nothing is impossible. I can mobilize the power of the world. Behind me, there are trillions of people giving me power. What do you have? 2 pairs of wings? Yan Chuan smiled coldly. Previously, he was only trying to stimulate the power of the Lotus God. With Yan Chuan's current strength and the power of the people, if he still had to fight Kong Mok for half a day, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. However, Yan Chuan still maintained the power of the common people and treated the Lotus God seriously. Kong Mok? If it weren't for the fact that he had killed his parents, Yan Chuan wouldn't even look at him. However, the Lotus deity was another matter altogether. The Lotus God was a powerhouse who had almost destroyed the world. Yan Chuan would never underestimate him. Clutching his sunken chest, Kong Mok panicked. "No, Lotus God, why is he so strong?" Kong Mok exclaimed. "You broke through, and so did Yan Chuan. This person cannot be underestimated." The Lotus deity's voice sounded. "I want more power. I must trample him under my feet." Kong Mok yelled crazily. "You want more power? You've already reached your limit. If you continue to increase your strength, your condition may deteriorate." Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. "I know. You told me that if I increase it any further, I will become agitated, irritable, and even out of control. But I want power, give me power!" Kong Mok shouted. "As you wish." Lotus Goddess's voice rang out. Boom! Another terrifying force poured into Kong Mok's body. Buzz! Kong Mok's body trembled. His strength soared once again. Suddenly, a 3rd pair of wings sprouted from his back. "Is this the feeling? It's wonderful!" Kong Mok suddenly shouted excitedly. Kong Mok looked at Yan Chuan again as the energy in the surroundings flowed out crazily. "Yan Chuan? Die!" Kong Mok roared. As he spoke, his 3 pairs of wings flapped fiercely, and his figure turned into a stream of light that charged straight towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and punched out. Boom! Their fists collided. Suddenly, a tempest rose up all around them. The scene of the battle between Yi Futian and Demon King Kong reappeared. A large number of mountains and boulders below were sucked into the battlefield by the suction force of their battle. Rumble! The storm of boulders engulfed the 2 of them. Boom! 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 The 2 of them fought crazily inside. Below them, more and more people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas fled. However, they were still loyal to Kong Mok. "Your Majesty, you will win!" someone shouted. Only 1/10 of the people in the city of 10,000 Buddhas were left. They were all loyal to Kong Mok. Although more than half of the Divine Lotus army had been killed, they were still charging towards Yanjin without any regard for their own safety. In the blink of an eye, they were close to Yanjin. "Last round, fire!" Tan Lang shouted. Boom! Another round of arrows was shot, and another round of casualties occurred. There were only about 3,000 Divine Lotus army left. Close the distance, Tan Lang shouted. Yes. The Terracotta army immediately drew their swords and charged forward. Boom. The two armies clashed. However, the Terracotta army was stronger after all, and it was a one-sided massacre. Inside the storm in the sky, Yan Chuan was fighting Kong Mok with his bare hands. After 3 rounds of borrowing power, Kong Mok was finally able to unleash the power of Demon King Kong. But in the end, Yan Chuan was still at ease, and even suppressed Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was pushed back again with a punch. Ah, no, Lotus God, it's not enough. Give me more power, give me more! Kong Mok shouted. You want more? Lotus God's voice was heard. I want more. Give me more. Kong Mok shouted with bloodshot eyes. Don't resist. Don't resist at all. Lotus God's voice was heard. Okay. Kong Mok replied. Crack! A milk-like viscous energy suddenly flowed from the white lotus into Kong Mok's body and extended from his head to the rest of his body. Kong Mok's body gradually turned white. His arms, palms, body, and legs all turned milky white. His face also turned milky white. Ah! It hurts! Kong Mok shouted. Don't resist. Lotus God's voice was heard again. No, no, you're not giving me power. You're not giving me power. Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Ha! Lotus God's chuckle was heard. Crack, crack, crack. Kong Mok's arms suddenly stiffened. I lost control of my arms? I lost control of my legs? I lost consciousness? Kong Mok suddenly cried out in shock. Apart from his mouth, Kong Mok seemed to be unable to move. Yes, you lost consciousness. I gave you so much power, but you didn't know how to use it? You're really useless. Lotus God's voice was heard. What do you mean? Lotus God, what are you doing? Kong Mok was shocked. I'm taking over your body. Lotus God's voice was heard. Kong Mok felt his head explode. I'm taking over your body? Lotus God had taken over his body? Kong Mok suddenly felt a chill. He couldn't control his arms and suddenly swung them. A huge gust of wind pressed down on the surrounding mountain rock. Suddenly, the mountain peaks that had been crushed were pieced together and returned to their original places. The sky was clear again. Only Yan Chuan and Kong Mok were left. Kong Mok did it in an extremely carefree and easy manner, pushing aside the storm. However, Kong Mok didn't want to do it. He had done it passively and uncontrollably. Not far away, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. This move appeared to be simple, but it was so exquisite that it was terrifying. Many mountains had been swept into the sky and crushed to pieces, but Kong Mok had restored them with a wave of his hand? Even Yan Chuan might not be able to do it so exquisitely. I understand now, Lotus God. You weren't helping me from the beginning? Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Oh! Lotus God said lightly. You improved my cultivation and modified my body so that one day I could be controlled by your divine will. You wanted to refine me into a doppelganger for you to use. Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. You're finally enlightened. Lotus God said lightly. No, no. Kong Mok roared. From this moment on, Kong Mok became a bystander. His body was controlled by Lotus God. You were willing to do this. You were willing to refine yourself into a doppelganger and give it to me. Haha, don't worry. Since your body has become my doppelganger, I will help you settle your grudges. Yan Chuan, I will let you watch him die. Lotus God said faintly. No, no. Kong Mok wailed. But at this moment, all his strength was controlled by Lotus God. How could he resist? Not far away. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Lotus God? So you want to revisit this world by refining a doppelganger? Yan Chuan? You're an interesting person. But you were born in the wrong place. Otherwise, I might have accepted you as my disciple. Lotus God said lightly. Ah. Is that so? Yan Chuan laughed heartily. In the sky, the two powerhouses looked at each other. Yan Chuan became more and more serious. This was because Yan Chuan was facing the Lotus God directly. Lotus God was not easy to deal with. Kong Mok, who was controlled by Lotus God, smiled faintly. People of the city of 10,000 Buddhas, offer your most devout faith. Kneel down and say, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. Help me destroy the enemy. Kong Mok shouted to the people below. Now, only Kong Mok's loyal followers were left in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. The people did not hear Lotus God's possession in the sky, but Kong Mok's voice was heard. Immediately, many people knelt down and said, I'm willing to offer my soul to His Majesty. One by one, the people bowed sincerely. Kong Mok gently waved his hand. Below, where the people were, suddenly, souls slowly left their bodies and flew toward Kong Mok. Buzz. One by one, the souls entered Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's body suddenly emitted a charming white light. Life spirit of 3 souls and 7 forms? What is this? Soul faith? Yan Chuan said with a solemn face. Boom. Kong Mok's body exuded an aura that became stronger and stronger. A soul-stirring aura exuded. Yan Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his hand and struck with a palm. Suddenly, countless stars appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, carrying the universe in a palm as it struck towards Kong Mok. Kong Mok stretched out his hand and struck with his palm. His palm was full of a holy aura. Wherever the holy aura passed, all the stars melted away. Boom! The two palms collided. The void trembled violently, and a storm rolled up. Both of them trembled slightly, but neither of them took a step back. Kong Mok blocked Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Looking at the life spirits entering Kong Mok's body, he knew that Kong Mok's strength would soar again if this continued. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. World suppression. With a loud shout, the sky-burying coffin suddenly enlarged by hundreds of thousands of times. Kong Mok sneered and was ready to receive the coffin. However, Yan Chuan did not suppress him. Instead, he suppressed the 1,000 Buddha city. Bastard! Lotus God's voice suddenly sounded. However, it was too late. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the 1,000 Buddha city. Hong! The vast 1,000 Buddha city was razed to the ground in an instant. The entire West Divine Continent was shaken by this loud noise. After Yan Chuan took the sky-burying coffin, the entire 1,000 Buddha city turned into a huge black pit. The commoners who had escaped from the city of 10,000 Buddhas stood there in a daze, looking at the city of 10,000 Buddhas that had turned into a deep pit. Chapter 11:14. The heaven-burying coffin and the city of 10,000 Buddhas immediately cut off the source of the Lotus God's faith. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes and looked at Yan Chuan. Looks like you've found a way to break through the limits of mortals, the Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Yan Chuan smiled as he looked at the pure white Lotus Goddess. It looks like Kong Mok's body is the most you can use? Lotus Goddess was slightly confused. If you inject more energy into this body, it will explode. Is that why you're collecting the power of faith? Heh, do you know why we have been allowing you to continuously inject power? Yan Chuan said with a gloomy expression. The Lotus God looked at Yan Jin in the distance. He is indeed a person who brings calamity to the world. Yan Chuan exclaimed in admiration. He waved his hand. Swish. In Yenjing, a white sword soared into the sky and arrived in front of Yan Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan's god sword. You want the power I instilled into you? Haha, that depends on whether you have the ability to take it. Your sword is still too weak. Lotus God said solemnly. It's weak now, but who can be sure about the future? Yan Chuan said coldly. The Lotus Goddess smiled and waved her hand. Boom. Suddenly, a holy energy storm appeared in all directions, enveloping the two of them within the storm. Within the holy storm, figures in the shape of energy slowly appeared. Each of them had a pair of huge wings on their back. Each of them held a long sword and slashed towards Yan Chuan. Humph! He threw the god's sword in his hand. The god's sword suddenly turned into countless sword beams and slashed towards the energy birdman. Boom! The battle began again. The lotus deity also suddenly sent a palm strike towards Yan Chuan. When this palm appeared, it was several times stronger than before. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Super divine ability. Yan Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood-red. A sea of blood surged in all directions. Yan Chuan's strength suddenly skyrocketed. Yan Chuan countered with a palm strike. There seemed to be countless stars orbiting in the center of his palm. Boom! The void dimension shook violently when the two peerless overlords' palms met. Both of them retreated 100 feet away. Nether River Patriarch's Blood God Scripture? Patriarch Nether River? Yan Chuan was confused. It's a pity that Mingi is already dead. What's the use of his moves? Moreover, your blood sea is far inferior to the Nether Rivers. Lotus Goddess said in a low voice. Patriarch Nether River? Who is he? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Him? He was a peerless genius. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he was destined to be rejected by everything. Is Thousand Heavens World Thousand Heaven? Even I can't do that. He's just someone who hasn't transcended. How dare he overestimate himself? Lotus Goddess said coldly. Heavens is twos. Yan Chuan's face darkened. This time, he didn't meet her palm. Instead, he extended his hand and blasted the sky-burying coffin at the lotus deity. World-suppressing. Yan Chuan's heaven's burial coffin emitted a dazzling green light and smashed toward heavens. Boom! The palm and coffin collided. Immediately, an enormous wave of ripples appeared in the void. It swayed back and forth, and a great storm swept up. The lotus deity retreated slightly. It's a pretty good treasure. Unfortunately, I'm not Kong Mok. This white lotus was refined from a holy feather race expert, and the power transferred to me is the holy feather race's power. However, the holy feather race has a special ability. As she spoke, the lotus goddess suddenly closed her eyes and pressed her right forefinger and middle finger against her forehead. The 3 pairs of wings on her back spread out. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded around him. As the light dissipated, the lotus gods that were controlling Kong Mok were now 3. 3 lotus gods that looked exactly the same? The 3 Kong Moks were all controlled. Each had a white lotus above their head. Not far away, Yan Chuan's face darkened. I forgot to tell you. This ability is called Trinity in One. The 3 of them are their original bodies. Although they've been divided into 3, their strength hasn't decreased. They're exactly the same as before. One of the lotus gods laughed. Boom! The 3 lotus gods attacked Yan Chuan from 3 different directions. 1 became 3, and their power increased by 2 times. The vast power squeezed the void dimension, creating a powerful ripple. Yan Chuan's face changed. He could only use the heaven's burial coffin to block one of the lotus gods. Boom! One of the lotus gods collided with the heaven's burial coffin. Yan Chuan's back was pressed against the heaven's burial coffin. He stretched out his palms, each facing a lotus god. Boom! Boom! The void dimension was tyrannical. The 3 lotus gods and Yan Chuan were in a deadlock. Ka. The 3 lotus gods continued to channel their power. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yan Chuan was squeezed in the middle by the 3 lotus gods. His arms trembled. Their power is indeed the same. Yan Chuan's face darkened. His blood-red hair danced. Yan Chuan's eyes were blood-red. The bloody line between his eyebrows became increasingly fierce. The blood sea around him was being suppressed by the 3 lotus gods. Roar! Yan Chuan roared. It's useless. No one in this world can help you. The storm of sacred light outside is the sacred feather race's sacred light myriad array. None of your subjects can come in to help you. Die. The Lotus God said coldly. The 3 Lotus Gods held Yan Chuan back. Yan Chuan couldn't do anything for a while. It was as if he was imprisoned and couldn't resist. Die. Haha, Yan Chuan. You're at the end of your rope. Kong Mok's voice suddenly sounded. Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, the heaven's burial coffin on his back suddenly trembled. Boom! The lid of the heaven's burial coffin suddenly loosened. Whoosh! Black smoke suddenly surged out of the heaven's burial coffin. In an instant, it spread in all directions and enveloped everything. When the lid of the coffin opened, the 3 Lotus Gods' faces darkened. On one hand, they were restraining Yan Chuan, on the other, they were wary of the coffin. Roar! A low roar came from the coffin. The 3 Lotus Gods were shocked. A slightly dark arm suddenly reached out from the coffin. The arm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above one of the Lotus Gods. Bang! The arm grabbed a white lotus above the Lotus God's head. What? The Lotus God's face changed. Roar! The coffin roared again. The white lotus on top of the Lotus God's head was forcefully ripped off. Crack! The Lotus God squeezed, and the white lotus was instantly shattered. Whoosh! High up in the sky, a long sword descended. The Emperor's sword instantly flew to where the palm was. Suddenly, a suction force sucked the crushed white lotus into it. Then, the sword's momentum changed as it pierced toward the Lotus God who had broken the white lotus. Boom! The sword pierced through the heart and stabbed into the Lotus God's body. Kong Mok's painful voice came. The god's sword stopped in front of his chest and suddenly extracted the holy power. Boom! The other 2 Lotus Gods immediately separated from Yan Chuan. One of the 3 Lotus Gods was killed in the blink of an eye. Your coffin is connected to the underworld? One of the Lotus Gods said in surprise. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, Almost. You would have one. What a pity. Boom. Yan Chuan rushed toward one of the Lotus Gods, and the heaven's burial coffin rushed toward the other Lotus God. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a sea of blood. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around him and the Lotus God in an instant. On the other hand, the heaven's burial coffin was surrounded by Yin energy. The rolling Yin energy could not be seen inside. The sea of blood was churning, and the Yin energy was also violent. The storm raged all around. The battle was intense. The battle was difficult to determine the winner. As for the god's sword, it was enjoying the endless holy energy alone. Gulp, gulp. As if drinking water, the god's sword kept extracting the energy. Finally, after 2 hours, the god's sword completely extracted all the energy of one of the white lotuses and all the essence of the corpse. Boom! The god's sword slashed and the corpse exploded. The god's sword then flew into the Yin energy. Ah, bastard! Kong Mok's scream came from the Yin energy. It's a zombie? What a tough zombie! The Lotus God's voice came from inside. Roar! The zombie roared from inside. Kong Mok's scream came again. Rumble! The rolling Yin energy quickly condensed and was absorbed into the heaven's burial coffin. Bang! The heaven's burial coffin closed. It was as if the zombie from before did not exist. The god's sword was frantically extracting the holy energy of the second body and the power of the second white lotus. Gulp, gulp. Another 2 hours later, the god's sword destroyed Kong Mok's second body and flew into the sea of blood with the heaven's burial coffin. Boom! In the sea of blood, Yan Chuan and the last Lotus God were in a stalemate. The heaven's burial coffin fell from the sky and hit the Lotus God. The Lotus God's face sank. The god's sword suddenly stabbed into the last white lotus. Yan Chuan and the Lotus God's palms met, and there was a ferocious look in his eyes. Lotus God, it's my turn now, Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yen Chuan suddenly grabbed the lotus god with one hand and the other hand. He exerted force in his hand and tore. Kong Mok roared in pain. The muscles on Kong Mok's shoulder began to crack, as if Yen Chuan would tear them apart in the next moment. Extraordinary indeed, the lotus god said calmly. Oh, I'll be back. Yen Chuan, just you wait. The lotus god laughed coldly. Buzz. The white lotus suddenly darkened. The lotus god withdrew the divine thought. Kong Mok instantly regained control of his body. However, although he regained control, Yen Chuan's hand was still on his body. Yen Chuan looked at the white lotus and his face sank. He had won this round, but it was in an unequal situation. This was only a strand of the lotus god's divine sense, just a strand. Yen Chuan did not feel proud of defeating the lotus god. It was as if he had used all his strength to defeat a strand of someone's hair. Was this worth being happy about? No, Yen Chuan, let me go. I'll promise you anything. Kong Mok cried in pain. This cry of pain brought Yen Chuan back to reality. Looking at Kong Mok in front of him, Yen Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. Rip! He exerted force in his hand. Kong Mok was instantly torn apart by Yen Chuan, and blood splattered all over the sky. Ah! Kong Mok could only let out a regretful cry as he was dying. It was unknown whether this cry of pain was because he regretted not killing Kong Susu or because he regretted forcing her to her death. Chapter 11:15. Boom! The holy light storm in the sky dissipated. The Saint Lotus army below had already been killed by the terracotta soldiers. All the officials and commoners were looking at the sky, waiting for the result. Everyone clenched their fists and silently prayed that Yen Chuan would win. As the holy light storm dissipated, the storm in the sky also slowly dissipated. The clouds had already collapsed, revealing Yen Chuan's figure high in the sky. The emperor's sword and the sky-burying coffin flew to Yen Chuan's sides. The sea of blood had disappeared, and Yen Chuan had returned to his normal state. His hair was slightly messy, his face was ferocious, and his hands were holding half of Kong Mok's body. Blood spurted out and internal organs flew everywhere. Kong Mok was torn apart by His Majesty? Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Many people in Yanjin cheered. He shouted excitedly for this grand occasion. ZZ, Bai Ditian, Yi Feng, Lu Gang, Lu Jin, Feng Shao, and the other officials were all extremely excited. Kong Mok's body, which had been torn in half, spoke volumes. This was an epoch-making moment. The entire world was unified. His Majesty, who was high up in the sky, was without a doubt the new number one person in the world. Long live, long live, long live! Everyone shouted excitedly. High in the sky, Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, "To the people of the world." After fusing with the golden dragon of providence, Yen Chuan's words were instantly heard by all the people in the world. Countless commoners put down everything they were doing and looked up at the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, I annihilated the great Buddha celestial empire and unified the world. From today onwards, this world will be known as the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Yen Chuan shouted. As he spoke, his voice instantly spread out in all directions. Countless citizens were stunned for a moment before they began to shout excitedly. Long live the Holy One! Long live Dezhen! Long live! For a moment, excited shouts could be heard from countless cities all over the world. Was the outcome already decided? The world would be unified. As the countless common people cheered, they also thought back to Great Zhen's development. In just a few hundred years, they had unified the world, and all of them were filled with heartfelt worship. Boom! The golden dragon of providence flew out of Yen Chuan's body and returned to the Sea of Providence. Ong! Ong! The golden dragon of providence roared excitedly. Although Yan Chuan stood high in the sky, he seemed to be able to hear the cheers from the entire world. These cheers seemed to be baptizing his soul. It was extremely comfortable. Xiao Chun tossed Kong Mok's corpse into the air, and the guards below immediately rushed over to catch it. "Take his head, I will use it as a sacrifice to my parents," Yan Chuan said to the flying guard. "Yes," the group of guards replied. Yan Chuan looked around at the salutes, brushed the wrinkles on his clothes, and turned his head to the north. In a valley in the north, a group of people were watching with twitching faces. They were a group of immortals from the Great Qi Holy Court. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The expressions of the immortals turned cold. They were led by two great immortals, Tianyi and Earthly II. They looked at each other, then led the group of immortals into the air, and flew toward Yan Chuan. "Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets Your Majesty. Tianyi of the Great Qi Holy Court greets Your Majesty," the two of them said respectfully. They had seen Yan Chuan's ferocity with their own eyes. Even the Lotus God had appeared. That was the main character of the great ancient calamity. He was an awesome person who had almost caused the entire world to collapse, the Lotus God. But that monster had still been defeated by Yan Chuan. It had happened once before, and now it was the second time. Although Tianyi and Earthly II were great immortals, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Yan Chuan. "Do you still want to stay in this world?" Yan Chuan asked calmly. "No, we will ascend immediately. Tianyi immediately said. "Help me pass a message to the Great Qi Holy King," Yan Chuan said in a low voice. "Once this world is unified, I will take the Tao Seal. After that, this sealed world will collapse. If you want the Tao Seal, you can bet with the karmic position of the birth position. I will stay in this world for many years. If the Great Qi Holy King has the ambition to take the Tao Seal, move your capital here. I will wait," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Ah!" The group of immortals was shocked. Yan Chuan was too bold, wasn't he? He had not even ascended yet, and he wanted to provoke the Great Qi Holy Court? The Celestial Court and the Holy Court were one level apart. "I will definitely pass on Your Majesty's message," Tianyi said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. "Let's go," Tianyi shouted. Buzz! Everyone was instantly covered in light, and their immortal auras erupted. Then, their bodies shook violently, and they all returned to the immortal realm. Only Yan Chuan was left high in the sky, looking down at the earth. The world was unified, and the sealed world was officially under Yan Chuan's control. Long live the Holy King! Immortal Realm. Tianyi and the group of immortals ascended and immediately met some guards from the Great Qi Holy Court. "My lords, you're back? That's great. The Holy King has been very worried about you during this period. He was afraid that something would happen to you, so he prepared to break the sealed world again." A guard flew over excitedly. "Bring me to the Holy King!" "Yes." The group of immortals quickly left, leaving behind some curious cultivators who were at a loss. Inside a large hall, Tianyi reported everything that had happened in the sealed world to the high and mighty Great Qi Holy King. "Holy King, that's it," Tianyi said solemnly. "Yan Chuan? What a good Yan Chuan. It seems like he's the reincarnation of a powerful person like Jingting," the Great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. "Holy King, Yan Chuan's last bet?" Tianyi said with a complicated expression. "Yan Chuan wants me to help him guard this world, right?" The Great Qi Holy King said lightly. "Ah! Move the capital? So what if he moves the capital? Even the Emperor of the Celestial Empire dares to do it, so why should I, a Holy King of the Holy Court, be afraid?" The Great Qi Holy King said lightly. "Holy King, are you really going to move the capital?" "That's right. Move the capital of the Great Qi Holy Court, Heaven City, over here," the Great Qi Holy King said in a low voice. "Yes," everyone answered. The sealed world. The world was unified and the whole country was celebrating. Under Yan Chuan's control, Yan Jing flew up into the sky and returned to the east. On the way back, the speed was a little slower, so many people in the city could see Yan Jing flying over. Countless people in the city cheered. In the West Divine Continent, the great Buddha Empire was destroyed. The next few cities that resisted immediately lost their will to fight and were easily subdued in the blink of an eye. The world was unified. The world was ruled. Although the world was unified, in terms of governance, it was not as solid as an iron board. At this moment, the whole country was celebrating. The only place that was not celebrating was the Julu Academy. Julu Academy. A group of immortals frowned and analyzed the current situation of the world. For a moment, Meng Lingtian and the others smiled bitterly. Everyone knew that the world would undergo earth-shaking changes under the Great Tribulation, but no one expected the changes to be so quick and so crazy. What should we do now? Will Yan Chuan attack us? All the land in the world belongs to the king, and all the people in the land are the king's subjects. The Julu Academy is a transcendental academy after all. Will Yan Chuan send troops? The immortals were worried about their gains and losses. During the Great Calamity, Yan Chuan did not pay attention to the Julu Academy. During this period, he was more open about the Julu Academy. Should we ask Li Si? An immortal frowned. Let's wait for a while longer. I believe that Yan Chuan will not burn the bridge after crossing it. At most, we will leave this world together. Meng Lingtian shook his head. Everyone waited patiently. The development of Yan capital was still in full swing. In fact, it was even busier than before. At the Skyward Palace, Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne in a dragon robe. The officials and generals of the court stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the West Divine Continent has been decided. Feng Xiao stepped forward and said, From today onwards, Feng Xiao will be the commander of the 7th Army of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire and the Great River Earl. Yan Chuan said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao said respectfully, I want to erect 3,000 heavenly steels all over the world. On each heavenly steels, the strongest cultivation techniques in the world will be engraved for the world to admire and cultivate. Yan Chuan said. The officials were slightly stunned. The strongest cultivation techniques will be made public? Only a few officials felt that it was a pity, but most cultivators did not care. The emperor intended to lead the entire Great Zhen Celestial Empire into the immortal realm, so the cultivation techniques of mortals were not surprising. Your Majesty is merciful. The officials bowed. Yifeng. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already told Feng Yinyang to erect an underground palace in Xianyang. It is a huge project, and you will be in charge of it. Arrange the manpower and quickly build the underground palace. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied. Li Si, Lu Buwei. Yan Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of you, prepare for the second examination and gather all the talents in the world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The two answered. Inhentian. Yan Chuan called. Yes, Your Majesty. You are to evaluate the officials in the world and select 10% of them who are the most capable. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Inhentian replied. Tan Lang. Yes, Your Majesty. Expand the terracotta army to 100,000. Yes, Your Majesty. One order after another was issued by Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not plan to take the Dao seal at this time. Yan Chuan was preparing to form all the wise and strong people in the world to carry out the dream of heaven's secrets again. This was the most massive system project of all time. This was a chance to quickly strengthen the foundation of Great Zhen. Great Zhen was still too weak against the celestial realm. Yan Chuan needed to raise the entire Great Zhen to an extremely high level this time. The dream of heaven's secrets must be carried out. In the celestial realm, the great Qi sacred court was also preparing to move the capital. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. They were waiting for the final day of the great battle. 30 years passed like this. The world was peaceful. Many projects were in the final stages. Julu Academy welcomed a guest that had been waiting for a long time. Li Si. Li Si looked at the immortals of Julu Academy and smiled. Everyone, His Majesty invites you. Chapter 11-16. Qianya City, Dajin's Celestial Empire. There was a huge mountain outside Qianya City. The huge mountain was cut vertically. It formed a huge stele. There were hundreds of cultivation methods on the stele, and all of them were top-notch in this world. A large number of cultivators sat around the stele, and all of them were solemn. Many of them even sat cross-legged, trying to comprehend the information on the stele. Heaven-level cultivation methods. They are all heaven-level cultivation method. His Majesty is merciful. Heaven-level cultivation methods? In the past, they were all treasures of the middle-level sections. Now there are hundreds of them? Even a sacred ground is nothing more than this. It's a blessing for us cultivators to have such cultivation methods. With such cultivation methods, the geniuses in this world will definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Those who become immortals will also be like the tide in the future. His Majesty's actions are immeasurable. When the 3,000 steles were erected, the world cheered. This was a benefit for the people of Dajin. This benefit was more practical than the reward of spirit stones. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This was a path to heaven for those with willpower. With such benefits, all the poor people in the world were assured of the people of Dajin. Even the rich families were grateful to Yan Chuan. This was a heaven-level cultivation method, the strongest cultivation method in the world. When the steles were erected, the unity of Dajin suddenly reached an unprecedented level. Chunjiu, I heard that the geniuses of your family have gone to Yanjin? Yes, my cousin is the most talented in the whole family in the second examination of the world. He has finally been selected. Once you reach Dajin, you will be on the immortal list in the future. Not only that, it seems that many people have been selected. Geniuses from all over, as well as outstanding officials and generals, have all gone to Yanjin. Although I don't know what they are going to do, His Majesty must value them very much. Sigh, if only I could be valued like that. Ha you! After the steles were erected, all kinds of talents from all over the world were sent to Yanjin one after another. Everyone knew that this was definitely a great path. No one hesitated. Farewell to their families, and all went there. For a time, countless experts, wise men, and heroes gathered around Yanjin. In order to accommodate this group of people, Yanjing kept dividing the regions. Everyone was settled down. Many Xiozha did not understand, but no one questioned it. They were all waiting for the final order from the Yanjing Emperor. When Meng Lingtian and the other deities of Jilu Academy arrived in Yanjin, they looked at the countless talents around them and exclaimed, "Everything under the heavens has entered the hub of the great perfection." Meng Lingtian sighed. Li Si smiled. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. His Majesty will not mistreat the Jilu Academy." Meng Lingtian looked at Li Si and finally smiled. When they came, they were indeed worried that Yan Chuan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. But when they saw Li Si, they finally relaxed. After all, Li Si had been sent by the Jilu Academy to form an alliance with Dajin. Li Si wouldn't harm the Jilu Academy, would he? Li Si led everyone across Yanjin and arrived at the former sect of Yan Chuan's father, the former Day sect. Yanjin had expanded dozens of times, and the former Day sect was now in the suburbs of Yanjin. There were many guards guarding the former Day sect. Under Li Si's lead, the guards did not stop them. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. Li Si and the other deities waited there. Halfway up the mountain, Yan Chuan was paying respects to his parents. At this moment, even the deities had to wait. Looking at the tombstone, Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Father, Mother, you have avenged your great hatred. You can rest in peace now. Standing in front of the tombstone, Yan Chuan pondered for a long time. A breeze blew, and no one dared to breathe. After about half an hour, Yan Chuan bowed respectfully to his parents' tombstone. After that, he took a deep breath and turned to look down the mountain. Virtuous paragons, come up, Yan Chuan said. Meng Lingtian and the other deities looked at each other. Under Li Si's lead, they flew to the square halfway up the mountain. Greetings, Your Majesty. The deities bowed respectfully. Things were different now. Yan Chuan's high and mighty status in the past was long gone. Even though they were immortals, they had to treat Yan Chuan with respect. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. The Great Deer Academy has helped De Zhen a lot to reach this stage. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan was telling the truth. Whether it was the investiture of the gods, Li Si, Meng Wenruo, and many other Confucian cultivators, the Julu Academy had helped Dazhen a lot. Even during the first examination, all the deities had come to help. Hearing Yan Chuan's sincere words, the deities' expressions softened. Yan Chuan smiled. I said that after we succeed, we will not mistreat the Julu Academy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. Now, the people only recognized the Dazhen's celestial empire. They were already disdainful of the Julu Academy. It was difficult for them to even recruit talented students. I'm a man of my word. Yan Chuan smiled. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. I know that the Julu Academy wants to have more students and the academy to grow stronger. I will fulfill your wish. Yan Chuan said solemnly. I am preparing to bring all the selected officials into seclusion. Yan Chuan said. The deities were shocked. All the officials? Selected officials? Now, there are countless talents gathered around Yin capital? You don't mean all of them, right? Meng Lingtian was dumbfounded. There were at least 10 million people in the outside world, right? 10 million people going into seclusion? What kind of joke was that? Hearing this, everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Is there a mistake? However, while the deities were confused, Yan Chuan nodded gently. The deities. They were dumbfounded, and it was hard for them to accept it. During my seclusion, I will announce to the world that the Julu Academy will govern the world. Yan Chuan said. The Julu Academy will govern the world? The deities' hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They would be idiots if they still didn't understand Yan Chuan's words. What did he mean? Was he going to hand the world over to the Julu Academy? At that moment, the deities felt like their heads were filled with blood. Excitement and disbelief. The dream of heavenly secrets required 200 souls. Yan Chuan had considered leaving one soul behind to look after everything, but he later rejected the idea because there were various problems. First of all, after entering the dream of heavenly secrets, the soul had to be an outsider, and the original body had to enter a state of hibernation. If an outsider took over the world, it would eventually cause trouble in the future. Secondly, the world had already been unified, and there was not much to be done even if they stayed. Yan Chuan was going to bring these 10 million people to the deity realm, and there would be blood. Not a single one could be wasted. The deity realm was vast and endless. These people would be scattered by Yan Chuan in all directions in preparation for entering the deity realm in the future. Moreover, Yan Chuan was sure that on the day of his return, no matter how chaotic this world was, it would quickly be unified again in a short period of time. This might be the last time he would enter the dream of heavenly secrets, because Yan Chuan knew that after this, the dream of heavenly secrets would no longer be useful to him. he could only rely on his own comprehension in the future. Finally, the Julu Academy could be considered as repaying a debt of gratitude. How is it? Yan Chuan smiled. Meng Lingtian was confused. The deities were the same. Give the world to the Julu Academy? Was this for real? After a while, Meng Lingtian finally reacted and asked, Your Majesty, how long will you be in seclusion? About 5,000 years. Yan Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Li Si, who was standing at the side, gasped. Li Si knew that the dream of heavenly secrets would take a long time, but he did not expect it to be 5,000 years. 5,000 years? That was the dream of heavenly secrets. That was 200 birth charts worth of power. The deities were dumbfounded at this moment. 5,000 years? Everyone thought that 200 years was the limit. They did not expect Yan Chuan to bring more than 8 million people into seclusion for 5,000 years. Was this true? Within 5,000 years, your Great Deer Institute can accept as many students as you want. How many you can accept will depend on your own abilities. Of course, I will announce to the world that I will return after a few thousand years. Those who are unwilling to join the Great Deer Institute are not allowed to force themselves. I will lend you this world for 5,000 years. After 5,000 years, I will take it all back, Yan Chuan said solemnly. As for the Julu Academy, when I return, I'll take the Tao Seal with me and ascend to the celestial world. At that time, if the Julu Academy is willing to stay and help me, I'll welcome you. If you're willing to leave, I won't stop you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This time, the Julu Academy has taken advantage of us. Thank you very much. The deities immediately said. I'm sure all of you know that Great Zhen is digging an underground palace, right? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities nodded. That's where I'll be cultivating in seclusion. If there's any disturbance, the Julu Academy will be responsible for cleaning it up. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The deities replied. At this moment, how could the deities disagree? Yan Chuan's gift was too great. After sending off the deities, Yan Chuan also returned to Beijing. In the upper study room. At this moment, there were two people waiting in the upper study room. Dongfang Zhengpai and Renshu. Dongfang Zhengpai was sitting on a chair and eating melon seed. Renshu's face looked as if he was constipated. Renshu, are you really not willing to be the sovereign of Great Zhen's national beast? Yan Chuan smiled and asked. No, I'll just join the Foreign Affairs Department. Renshu said gloomily. Ha 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 ha, number 2, that's the way. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Renshu looked as if his tail had been stepped on when he saw Dongfang Zhengpai's smile. No, I want to be the sovereign of the national beast. Renshu immediately shouted. What? Number 2, you want to rebel? You promised to be my subordinate. You didn't keep your word. You want to rot. Dongfang Zhengpai said shamelessly. Yan Chuan. Renshu's face also darkened. I'll do both, okay? Renshu looked at Yan Chuan. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Upon hearing Yan Chuan's reply, Renshu heaved a sigh of relief. He was a thick-skinned person, so why was he being suppressed by this fatty? Even if you become the sovereign, you'll still be number 2. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Did Zhengpai tell you that I plan to enter seclusion? Yan Chuan asked. Seclusion? What do you mean by 5,000 years? We're preparing to enter the celestial realm soon. I still have things to do there. Didn't you say you won't force me? Renshu cried out. I'm just asking. If you don't want to, it's up to you. Enter the celestial realm? I'll send you out later. Also, this is for you. Yan Chuan said as he handed a jade box to Renshu. Renshu took the jade box. In an instant, Renshu's eyes widened. This was the birth chart of one of the 12 birth charts. Renshu had a certain level of foundation, so he immediately recognized it. This was the birth chart of a primogenitor. Renshu was so excited that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Dongfang Zhengpai asked curiously. Renshu quickly put away the jade box. Thank you, Yen. No, thank you, Your Majesty, Renshu said with a smile. Yen Chuan nodded with a smile. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Stingy. Dongfang Zhengpai did not mind. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.